Hello.
No idea.
Can't be bothered with the fucking avatar. This thing keeps resetting, so I just left it.
So I got served a Section 21 at the end of February to get out of my house. And I said at the time, I bet you those wankers even, aren't actually, because the excuse they gave was, we're going to sell the house. And I said to Jackie, they're not selling the house. Particularly when they started kicking up about leaving oil in the tank and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, this evening, it has returned to the rental market with a 66% hike in rent.
Right.
66 fucking percent. That's why they got rid of us, because they knew if they came to us and said, we're raising your rent by 66%, we'd have turned around and said, not until you fix this, and this, and make this house properly habitable again.
Yeah, I had the same story with my rental many years ago.
Yeah. So
he was giving me all kinds of grief about this and that, and I said, you know what, I'll just move. And sure enough, he fixed up the place, and he charged probably more than double, maybe double and a half my rent. I'm like, that motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know what? I'm not angry. I don't know what I am at the moment. I feel completely vindicated because I knew from the outset this was what was going on. Because they'd kind of let their guard slip a little bit, because about 6 months before this, I was having a conversation with the letting agent, and they said, I was talking about getting all these things sorted that needed doing. There was some serious work that needed doing on the plumbing and the heating and some other bits and bobs. And the letting agent turned around and says, well, you must appreciate, Mr. Pro-Charlie, that they haven't raised your rent in however many years. But they've not done that because they're aware of all the problems you're having. And I said to him, I will happily pay more rent, because I know rents go up and prices go up and blah, blah, blah. I'll happily pay more rent if they fix this fucking stuff. Just, I wasn't being unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to want your plumbing to work as it should. I don't want them to fit a spa in the back garden. I just want my showers to bloody work.
Yeah, I had a similar thing again with my fucking landlord. I moved in a hurry, and he didn't have time to new carpet, new paint, and just a bunch of other problems at the place. So I lived in kind of a scuzzy place for a while because I was in a hurry. So he saved a lot of money on me. Yeah. And then we started getting all nickel and dimey and stuff. I'm like, dude, I lived in this place. You never fixed anything. And now you want to give me grief about the rent and some other stuff. And then, of course, as soon as I left, he fixed it all up, made it all pretty.
Yeah. Well, luckily, because my wife still works in the village, and my mother-in-law still lives there. And that was one of our biggest concerns, was leaving our 87-year-old mother-in-law, who's got numerous issues. Jackie's her main carer. Thankfully we didn't have to go too far away, but we've got lots of friends still in the village, and word got out the other day, got back to Jackie that this was going to happen. So we were just waiting. I fucking knew it. And all they've done is as far as we can tell, all they've done is they've put new carpets down, which we'd been asking for years, because they were down to the Hesse, or not the other, just the what you call it, the base of the carpet. They were rucking up. They were really thin carpets, and we'd been asking, look, can we just have some decent carpet in here? That's all we want. So they put the carpets in. They've repainted the living room and basically the whole downstairs.
It's underlay, isn't it?
Underlay, yes.
Underlay.
Iba.
And yeah, they put liquor paint downstairs. The curtains, because it came with, they've not even changed any of the other bits of furniture. They've just bit of carpet, bit of paint. As far as we've been told, they haven't addressed any of the plumbing issues. So God help the next people that go in there, because as soon as somebody goes in, the toilet or the shower, and somebody else goes in, another one, the water pressure just goes gone forever. They haven't touched the conservatory, which is a major source of heat loss. It's just like they've literally painted over the cracks, and now decided to then charge 66% more.
It's obscene, actually. I heard that just before I came on. It's absolutely obscene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Landlords.
It's back on with the same letting agent.
The rental market moved on.
Well, yeah.
To be fair, there are some good landlords, because the landlord we had at the shop was brilliant. He was fantastic, really fair, but those people are few and far between, really.
Yeah. Well, we've got a house now that is comparable in terms of, room numbers and size, much better in terms of quality, and we're still paying less than what they're asking for the old place. And our landlord, so far, touch wood, we've met him a few times. He's falls over himself to get everything right and make sure that we're happy. Within a few weeks of us being here, he was like, "Oh yes, we're going to get this sorted out. We do that, blah blah." And he seems like really, really, good. So touch wood, that stays. But yeah, wankers.
One bit of revenge for bad landlords is California has very aggressive renters' rights these days.
Well, we do.
You can really take advantage of your fucking asshole landlord.
Over the last, I don't know, probably 10, 15 years, tenants' rights have got much better. But still, this one thing called Section 21, which is what they call a no-fault eviction notice, which allows landlords to repossess the property, even if the tenant has done nothing wrong and has abided by it, the tenancy agreement to the letter. It means that a landlord can reclaim their property within 3 months.
Yeah.
They can up to, no, is it 2 months or so? Anyway. And there's some people that argue, well, it's their house. No, you don't fuck around with people's homes.
No.
If you get into the landlording business to make money, and I know lots of them do, but if you're there purely as profit, then you shouldn't be in the landlording game. You don't fuck around with people's homes. But there you go. So anyway, I feel vindicated that I was right all along.
Yeah. Have you got, Rob, an SY22?
I have. It's right.
Do you want a manual for it?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Proper paper manual.
Proper paper manual.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring it down to Gearfest.
Yeah, because, thank you. I got that came from Simon Alexander. He was clearing out something. He saw that in the corner. He said, "Oh fucking! I didn't even know I'd got that. I'll give that to Rob."
I mean, I wish I'd never sold mine, but obviously that's where mine's from. But
yeah, I wouldn't mind getting.
So I'll bring it down because
cool.
I've literally started sorting boxes out, and
nice.
turned up with this box with a lot of music books and a lot of manuals. Like there's a D20 Roland D20 manual. If anybody wants one of them. Or two of them. There's actually two manuals for that.
I got sent a pile of manuals from Brian Nash. Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Did you?
He said, "I've got all this stuff," and I said, "Because we're supposed to be negotiating me acquiring the Frankie Goes to Hollywood Juno 106."
Oh yeah.
Which has been going on for a few years now. And
why would you bother, Rob?
Why? Because it's Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Juno 106. Simple as that.
They'll just have to send it to Kent, and he won't thank you for it.
It's hard.
It's well hard. It's not in a good way from what I know, but that's not really the point. The fact that this is Frankie's Juno.
Put a black light on that, look like a Jackson Pollock painting.
A painter's radio.
Oh, Ken, honestly.
Yeah, Ian.
Evening, everybody.
Cause of me spending money.
What have I done now?
You had to say the word swam, didn't you?
I'd say the what?
Swam.
Swam. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
They're great. It's great though, aren't they? They are really, really good.
Oh yeah.
It's a really fantastic library. Yeah. Well, it's just...
What was brilliant about it, I fire it all up, and they go, "How do you want to set this up? You could have it as a bloody keyboard for me." Yes, please. That's it. Yep, move on.
It's brilliant. It is brilliant.
What
How are you, Andy?
Oh me.
Oh, same as
Have you
ever.
finished your saucer of milk? Being a bit catty on Facebook earlier.
Was he?
Have I finished my sauce of milk? Been a bit cut. Oh, you mean about you touching your bells?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't being catty. I was just telling the truth.
Well, at least you're honest.
It was a good one though. It'll be featured on Ramsey's on Saturday.
Oh, absolutely. No. It was well played, that man.
Well played, that man. Yeah, well done, Kent.
I didn't see that other photo. That one.
Oh, that, yeah.
I need to go on Facebook then, don't I? Obviously.
Have you not seen it, Ian?
No, I don't do Facebook that often. I only spam Facebook when I've got something to say, when I've got something to promote.
Yeah.
Although I don't know, to be fair, I do contribute to PSN occasionally.
I'll save you the hassle of going onto Facebook.
Because I always feel really dirty when I go on Facebook.
You sure that's Facebook that you're on?
Yeah. No, that's right. That's only friends. Yeah, that was it.
Oh God, where is it? Oh, there it is. Here we go. Have at it, chaps. Have at it.
It is very good.
It's brilliant. It's spot on.
It's so good.
Although you're being a bit presumptuous, giant bells.
You've not seen the way I walk.
A TX816 hooks up to a DX1. They've got to be massive kahunas, those.
Yeah.
Big Ben, eat your heart out.
Dear, oh dear.
I see somebody put up a photo on PSN tonight of one of our VSMs. White Juno 60s.
Oh, wasn't that Jeff Toman's work? That one?
Oh, he painted it.
Yeah.
Who do you think actually spent 2 days putting a fucker together and getting it to work?
Well, yeah. We know that.
And what? Painting it and calibrating it.
I miss that. It was how many years ago, wasn't it? But Jeff, would be posting like stuff every week. Look, this was silver, this chrome, that white, this.
I was doing like 2 or 3 of those buggers a week.
Yeah.
And then
he did some great work.
Now the fuck all.
I've had a bit of a result this week.
Have you?
Yeah. While I was starting stuff out, I found a load of these things, Minidiscs.
Oh yes.
Pre-recorded Minidisc. You've got a pile of them.
I've got a few. Yeah.
They're worth money. Pre-recorded ones.
I know. Yeah. I've got I've got both. All right. Don't judge me. Okay. Because it was a particular time in my life.
Yeah.
I've got both Titanic soundtracks from James Horner, and there's a lot of synths in that.
Yeah.
Both of those.
We'll let you have that one, Rob.
Thank you. What have I got? I've got Performance and Cocktails, Stereophonics. The Seduction of Claude Debussy by Art of Noise.
That's a great album, actually. I love that album.
That is very good. And Nightlife, Pet Shop Boys.
Well,
and I've got Gescom as well. Gescom, and that is worth money. Do you know about Gescom?
No, I don't.
You heard the band Ortekra?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So it's the same guys, but they did this under the name of Gescom, Gescom. And it was the first and I think only album that actually utilised Minidisc for the one thing that it was absolutely brilliant at that nothing else could touch. You've got on this one disc, you've got, I forget how many tracks, there's something like 80 or 90 tracks, but they're all a minute long, 30 seconds long. And what you do is you put it into shuffle mode and you press play. And because Minidisc is completely, it jumps between tracks without any delay, so you get this one continuous piece of music, and every time you press play, it'll always be different.
That's brilliant.
Oh, that's really clever.
That is really clever.
Yeah.
So I probably had about 10 of these, and literally been sat on a shelf for years. I bought them for £1 a piece when HMV in York were basically flogging off all the mini. I mean, I bought, for God's sake, I bought Bob Dylan Unplugged, and I hate Bob Dylan.
He doesn't speak well of you either.
No, he doesn't. He never listens to my stuff, so why should I listen to
Oh,
his?
shit, on.
Yeah,
You don't like him going ee all the time.
yeah. And
Ian,
Bjork's first album debut,
Yeah.
Classic.
and I thought I put them all up for an auction on eBay. I thought, well, if I can get a tenner, I'll be happy.
I'll give you 10 for all that lot.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you would now. So they're all gone. You're all right. So the auction, I mean, the debut went in. It was 90 odd quid, and he had like a couple of hours to go. I was thinking, bloody great, fantastic. The rest of them were sort of 20 to 50 quid, you know. Debut went for 255 quid.
Fuck off. 250.
I mean, the other two,
Crazy.
the other two Bjork albums didn't. One went for 20 and one went for 31, I think.
Right.
But that, for some reason, it's gone to somebody abroad. You know.
I'm having a look at my bloody hell. My Titanic albums, 40 and 65 pounds.
Yeah.
There you go.
40 for the first one, 65 for the second one. Jesus.
I mean, I had no idea. Like I said, the last two. This guy, sadly, he's abroad somewhere, and eBay won't let me ship them together without him paying double. So we're trying to come with a workaround so I can ship them to him and him not pay double postage.
Bloody hell, the Pet Shop Boys is 60 quid.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Oh, yeah, Stereo Phonics.
I'm assuming you've no longer got a machine to play them on.
I
now.
have actually, yeah, no,
Oh,
I have.
you still
But
have
I don't
one?
need them. I mean, I've kept. There's no point selling the discs that I've recorded on. It's only pre-recordings that are actually worth money. Just
Yeah.
the discs on their own are not worth anything. When I've got
Stereophonics,
I've got
50.
probably 20 discs kicking around with that. And I've got one down here,
I mean, there were
which I
some very
bought
good
for a project.
mini-disc hi-fi units, weren't there?
Yeah,
So-
I've got.
We
So
used to use them in
I
radio.
originally had the portables, and
Yeah.
then a few years ago, this girl contacted me and said, "Oh, I've got this project. You know, could you digitize a load of Minidiscs for me?" And I went, "Yeah, I need to get a recorder." So I spent 70 quid on a recorder, and
That Art of
Job
Noise
never came
one I've
off.
got- That Art of Noise one I've got is currently going for around 100 quid.
There you go.
I actually
No,
picked
not
up a
selling.
multi-track mini disc recorder at my favorite used shop last year for
Yeah,
like
there was, of
80
course.
bucks.
Yeah, there was multi-track mini-disc. I'd forgotten about that. Andy.
Yeah, it was pretty
In fact-
cool.
in fact, I've got two recorders. One of them needs a new belt, so I need to sort that out and then probably flog that.
It was a cracking little format, but it suffered from the fact that A-track
Yeah.
compression was pretty awful.
We used-
but it,
What the early ones 12-bit?
Don't-
There was some kind of sound issue with it. It was not as nice.
well, the compression algorithm A-track was kind of nasty. But it was all right.
It was great for it as a Walkman, which is what I
Yeah.
originally used it for.
Yeah.
you know.
That's why I bought DAT, because mini disc wasn't good enough.
I've got a DAT recorder as well, but I've only got a couple
I
of.
know someone who's got a
Tips
Philips
for
DCC.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I remember when I first started working for the university, they
Yeah,
had
that's-
one of them.
That never took off, did it, DCC? It's a shame.
Which
it all
is-
could have done.
It was crazy because a DCC player could play regular cassettes as well.
Mm-hmm.
Were the specs decent, though? I forgot.
Yeah, DCC was like Betamax and Minidisc was like VHS. To when you know in that little world on its own, the fact that they both bombed basically. I mean, we were selling mini discs up until 2000 and early 2000s, 2003, 2004. You know, 'cause you had NetMD, didn't you? And then you had Long Play MD and stuff.
Yeah.
We did use them in Chillage People. We used them for the backing.
We used them in
You know,
in radio.
We put drums and bass on and stuff basically, or some of the bits from our tracks onto mini disc. I mean, because bumping it through a big PA system, it doesn't matter.
No.
It's always going to sound decent. So, you know, we would never
See how much
I don't
my
think we ever
Gescom's-
used some mastering.
That must be worth hundreds, because it'd be really, really rare.
Well,
Yeah, actually, yeah, I think
They
so.
did 2 runs of it, and I've got the first one, which is supposed to be quite sought after.
Well, it's unusual. It's Warp. Oh, was it released through Warp?
Let
Because Auteca was signed to Warp, but this
Worth
gets
size of
copies.
warp, yeah.
me have a look.
They still are, as far as I know.
It's in a box somewhere at the moment. Here we go. Because the album, the art, they call themselves Gescom, and it was the album was just called Minidisc.
Right.
And
Interesting. I've
it
never heard of
it was
that.
it was on OR, OR,
All right. So
run by Russell Haswell and Mike Harding. But yeah, it had 88 tracks on it, and then you just put it into shuffle mode and press play, and every time you listen to it, you got something completely different.
That's fantastic.
yeah, it's a
yeah.
great idea. That. I'm surprised I've not heard of that because I like Autechre. I've got a load of their
Yeah,
albums.
I've got quite a few Autechre albums. Most of them were bootlegs, I think.
I only bought it because of the fact that it did this weird thing, that had not been done before, and I don't think it'd been done since.
Like one of those little Echo Boy things. Have you guys seen that before? He's using Home Alone 2.
Oh yeah, we used to sell those. We used to sell
Little
those
cassette
files.
machine with it can do like
Little
lo-fi
microphone,
shit with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, we used to use mini discs in radio because you could get so many jingles on one of those discs, and because of the instant track access, you just boom, and there was no rewind. Ken's gone. There was no
Come back.
rewind for like you had with the carts or anything. So yeah. Back again.
Yeah, Leo again.
Well, it just blipped and then all the sound went.
We missed you. Hey.
Oh.
It's a bit loud.
Is it?
It
Yeah.
is.
I know who likes that noise. Money for nothing.
Please.
And your
don't
checks are
say
free.
that.
It's a cool sound though. You at least have to like that sound.
I love.
Yeah.
We've been here before. Making Movies is my favourite Dire Straits song.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he's pulling out a noose. Watch out.
Yeah. First three albums are really good, Andy.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
I'm sorry, they
They
are.
are quite good.
Yeah, Robbie, he's
I
selling-
mean, Brothers in Arms is a bit because it was so overplayed at the time.
Sultan of the Swing always shows up as one of the top.
Why does Andy feel like he's...
Got to.
Oh,
like,
no.
Sorry, move the microphone.
It's all right.
These damn boom mics.
Nah,
What did you say, Ken?
they're selling their Transit if you're interested. No,
I need a Transit to move my motorbike, so maybe no. Is it a 4-wheeler or a 6?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a big chunky.
I'm going to say it'd be a 6-wheel Transit, won't it?
Yeah.
They use
yeah,
it just for the GS1.
Dire Straits had a transit van. Okay. Right.
All bands had a tranny van or
Bloody hell, yeah.
a comma or...
Comma van, I had a Comma van with the weird gear shift.
we
Yeah,
had...
yeah.
the first band I played in, we had one of those little... you remember those little Japanese vans that basically ran on a motorbike engine?
Oh.
Yeah.
We called it the custard wagon. It was bright yellow. We would just like squeeze as much as we can in there, and then we'd all jump in there with somebody else's car. And, yeah. No, and we used to play Dire Straits in that band. We used to play Sultans of Swing, like every good band should.
Yeah. I did play the Walk of Life. I have to say I hated the Walk of Life as a song.
Oh, that was shit. Yeah,
But I did have to play it in a band once.
yeah, we had to play that.
It was a wedding band.
God.
And it was crap, was it?
I mean, it's.
Other opinions are available, Andy. You're all right, mate. You don't have to like them.
I don't. You're right. I don't.
And actually, a couple of Martin Knopfler's solo albums are really good. They're not rock.
His
but
soundtrack for the Irish movie Cowl is really good.
it was. As I actually quite liked Local Hero soundtrack as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although there's a weird track on there where it actually gets too loud, and then it's almost like they screwed up the edit. That was on. I had the vinyl of that album. I think might have been different on the CD, but there's a track where it starts to get really, really loud, much more so than the rest of the album. and then it sort of just it's sort of really weird.
Like
It's
a
not meant to
mastering error,
happen.
isn't it?
Sorry, it is an error, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Let's stop tap dancing.
I bet you that if I mention one of my all-time favourite albums, which I love just listening to, just putting it on and going, just losing myself in it, it's one of those ones that other people would want to rush out and burn or
vomit.
just say is a load of crap. And it's
Go for
awful.
it. Try us.
Go
Are
on.
you ready?
Yeah.
I'll brace myself because I
Celine-
love it from. I
Celine
love it.
Dion?
No, no, it's cool. It's cooler than that. But from the first note to the last, I absolutely love it. Misplaced Childhood by Marillion.
Why?
It's a great
That is
album.
one of the best albums
It's
of
a
all time, mate.
superb album.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you. I'm
Yeah.
glad because I've always thought it was a bit of a guilty pleasure.
No, it's great songs, fantastic
It's a
songs.
all
neo-prog
the way.
classic.
It's
You know, your
it's superb.
children-
Yeah.
Okay, phew. There's a relief. I often
fact,
wondered because I love
Everything
it
up to Incommunicado. Or sorry, it was not Incommunicado. What was the album? Clutching at Straws. So
That
those
came
first,
after, didn't it?
yeah. So everything up to Clutching at Straws,
With Fish.
classic. Yeah, with
Yeah.
Fish. As soon as Fish goes, Marillion
Well,
dead to me.
It's
Yeah.
really interesting. Well, it's interesting because I understand that because I was like that too. But my cousin, she's really into a rock music and everything, death metal and a lot. But she really rates later Marillion. There's an album which she recommended, which is all about Donald Campbell and the water speed record on Coniston.
Mm-hmm.
And I've listened to that and it is actually really, really good. It's totally different. It's like a complete change of sound direction. It's not, but it's just a moment. I mean, I remember it being really, really popular. I know people think that Kaylee's a bit of a.
Oh no, I like Kaylee. Kaylee's
Yeah,
great.
so
Actually,
do I.
the-
I mean,
the
so do
sto-
I. I go back. It's a great.
The story
the
behind
lyrics are
Kaylee.
great.
There's a
It's
YouTube.
fabulous. Yeah.
There's a YouTube video of Fish talking about how he came to write the song because it was his girlfriend Kay,
Yeah.
and I mean, I think she eventually died of cancer, which was quite really. But it was
Oh,
really
that's
poignant the fact that he'd written the song. He went off on tour. She for a long time they split up. She didn't know the song was about her, and then they met up much later on, and he sent her the album, which was one of those really lovely stories. And
It's nice, but the lyrics on it. I mean, he even references himself, doesn't he, on the album as well? Some obscure Scottish poet.
yeah.
Yeah, which I think is great. I mean, so I've often wondered if it was a guilty pleasure.
No.
I'm
Well,
glad
it
you- I'm
is,
glad
but
you
it's a
agree,
great. I think it's a great album.
Yeah.
It's still on. It's still on my
have to
Apple
worry-
Music, so the fact it still stays there means something.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about things like that, Andy. I mean, I was in a Buddy Holly tribute band with a Moog Prodigy. Everything sounds
Excellent. Oh yeah.
Now that's the band I want to see.
Buddy Holly tribute band with them. You see, I love Buddy Holly as well. A load of rock and roll stuff. I can just miss it. I love Buddy Holly.
But Buddy Holly was way ahead of his time. I mean,
Yeah.
the way that he, well, one of the songs, the drums are just, aren't they sort of seashells? There's something weird about them. They're not real drums, but they sound like real drums, and they're either some sort of shell or something that, all of that sort of stuff. I mean, I don't know whether much of that was to do with Norman Petty, wasn't it?
Yeah, Buddy Holly had nerd cred too. Look at that guy. So
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Although he was
mean,
ripped off on
again,
his songwriting.
It was one of those. I've said before about going through my dad's record collection and finding things, and I would play them if the covers were interesting. And that's how I discovered The Rite of Spring, because the cover of The Rite of Spring was just this grey background, a picture of Ayers Rock, and Ayers Rock was very orange in it. It was really striking. But I was going through it and I found Buddy Holly, and it was called Buddy Holly's Greatest Hits. It was in mono for a start, which is weird, and it was just a picture of Buddy Holly, this geeky guy with these big glasses, and I just thought, what a weird looking bloke. And I put it on. Of course, first track on it is Peggy Sue, and then from there I was just absolutely hooked as a kid, and
Songs
I've
are
loved
great.
Buddy Holly ever since. The other long lasting Dad's record collection legacy, other than the classical music, really, is Tom Lehrer.
Oh, I've got 3 Tom Lehrer albums.
Have you got An Evening Wasted?
Is that the one that's slightly smaller? I've got.
Well, yeah, I think so. It says it's an evening with Tom Lehrer, and then there's one of those little insert symbols.
Yeah.
And it's wasted, and I just there's the arc light beam down onto the stage. Yeah,
they're
grew up
really.
on Tom Lehrer. It was the show Dr. Demento out here on the radio from the 70s on into the 90s. And there's an archive online of all of his stuff that I don't have that I still need to grab. But it sucks. He was a math teacher at UC Santa Cruz when I was going there, and I completely forgot to look him up.
Oh, Andy,
wow.
God! Because he was at Harvard, and then he went to California, didn't he? Well, yeah, I keep checking, and I think he's still alive.
Yeah, he is. Last I checked, he was.
He must be.
He must be 100 years old.
It must be at least in his 90s.
Yeah, he's really. He's 100. But
Very clever.
Yeah,
I think he taught advanced math, so he probably would have walked into his class and just get the hell out of my class. You're not a math student. He's
Oh yeah, it was absolutely a professor of mathematics. Really, really clever bloke. But his words are clever as well. I mean, a lot of the songs, of course, the meanings of what they were and why they were written, of course, have got long.
They're very dark too.
Yeah.
Some of it, yeah. I mean, we'll all go together when we go, suffused with an incandescent glow.
I hold your hand in mine, dear. It's about cannibalism and stuff. And
Poisoning pigeons in the park was one of my favorites.
Well, it's right, yeah. It just takes a smidgen to poison a pigeon. Well, maybe we'll take home a squirrel or two. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely,
he was great.
Oh, yeah. Or a matching pen and pencil. Just
they had that old-fashioned singing style.
Nice. It did, and it was beautiful. Yeah. It was great.
It is, yeah.
Love Tom
Lehrer.
Absolutely love Tom.
In fact, I've got the book of his lyrics as well.
Oh,
a little hardback book. With all this.
Yeah, it makes a fella proud to be a soldier. All the anti-Vietnam stuff and things. It's really clever. Oh, sorry. I effuse.
It's quite all right.
Yeah.
You've shown up then. Is this? Can I have a chip, please? There you go. There you go. Be gone.
Be gone. No, another chip.
Be gone.
One more chip, Dad. Yeah. And I got this one tap dancing down here. Yeah.
Tap dancing.
You know,
tap dancing. I had something.
Tack all the time. This one. All right, here's a cuddle then. There you go. All right, there you go. All right. Worth a chip? Okay, then. There you go. Oh, and Nels, you stand so quietly behind me. There you go. Oh, God, why did you put curry sauce all over it?
Because it was curry.
No. It's chicken goujons. But the thing is, she goes, it'd be curry sauce like you get from the chip shop.
And the chippy, that stuff.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
It's not even vaguely the right colour.
It wasn't day-glow yellow then. All right, okay.
Yeah, she told you it was curry sauce, but actually...
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a whole new foxhole, isn't it? God help us all.
And Oscar Wilde.
I got a CS70 coming today.
Oh, wow.
In its original box.
Wow. That's something.
Blake bought it from brand new. Has had it on his keyboard stand. And that's all he's ever done with it. It's just been on his keyboard stand and he's used it regularly. And the thing is absolutely immaculate.
Wow.
Brilliant.
And all it is out of tune. People after 40 years, I imagine it would be.
Yeah.
He doesn't want it back, does he? He wants it to go to a good home.
He's flogging it.
You're flat.
I could never afford it and I haven't got room for it. But oddly enough, the CS70 is one that I've always loved.
Yeah.
Oh, just the look of it is just core.
Yeah.
Lovely.
One over there that's going up for grabs for 24, if anybody's interested.
24 for a CS70?
For a DX1.
For DX1. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's going up for 24. The CS70, I don't know what it will go up for, but it is so immaculate, it's stupid.
So he's selling it, is he?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's moving on, shall we say?
Right.
So he's selling this thing on because otherwise he'd hang on to it.
Well, that's a lovely
It's
little
not
story.
long for this mortal coil.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually not so lovely. That's really quite sad. Sorry, I
Yeah.
misinterpreted what you were meaning there. So,
Yeah, but I'm coming across
But
this mod, which just reminds me of how old I've got.
well, we've all had those, haven't we, recently? So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because funny, I think last week I looked up an old girlfriend to see, just say hi, how things going. Apparently she died last year.
Oh.
This took a dark turn, didn't it, Siri?
You did actually, yeah.
Yeah, so let's do that back out of the weeds.
So that
back
killed the
on tarmac.
conversation.
Yeah. There was a good EMOM in York last night.
I was going to ask you, Ian. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
That's
it was a
very
good night
polite of
actually.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't play, but because I'd given up my slot because it was oversubscribed as it usually is. But I'm definitely doing the next one, which is probably November. But Dave was there. Dave Walker was there.
Yeah,
Did
he
a
was.
I mean, Dave brings so much stuff.
It's gone
mean,
crackers, hasn't he?
He's brilliant. I mean, he really puts the effort in. I mean, there was his screen and cameras and flashing lights, and it was brilliant, actually.
Yeah, he's
Been
definitely.
suggested to me
He's,
to have
he's definitely.
a dry run EMOM here.
So say again, Ken.
Been suggested to me to have a dry run EMOM here.
Okay.
A dry
With-
run at
With
EMOM.
who?
Whoever turns up.
Right, when?
When?
Well, we're thinking probably somewhere in the next couple of weekends.
We've got Gear Fest next weekend.
Oh, it's Gear Fest next weekend.
Yeah. Not this
get a
weekend
ticket.
coming.
Wesley, there's always something.
Is Gear Fest the weekend of? Not
this next weekend, weekend after.
It's between
15th and 16th.
Yeah.
Oh God, I've still not got a ticket. I'm gonna have to get a ticket.
Get yourself a ticket, man.
Right, I'll go down and see my brother. Right, I need to Waz. Bye.
In which order are we doing that? Got to see my brother or was first?
Okay.
To be fair, at the moment, I would struggle to get down Kent because my July is looking bonkers, and I haven't even started properly preparing for Edinburgh yet.
Yeah.
So I mean, literally, all the requests we're getting to see shows, they're just all going in a folder, and I'm replying to people when I get chance.
Well, I mean, Synth Addict was saying about he would like to fly over, do the rounds out here, but
That'd be brilliant to see him.
His passport in time. Mr. Hilton's still not quite sure what his schedule holds.
Yeah.
So at this rate, it will probably be on the 17th of February or something like that. What do you reckon? At this rate, but like I said, we can't pick a date where everybody can make
No,
it.
of course you can't. No.
It can't happen. But I don't know.
I'll probably be in the south by the time we get sorted.
Yeah, at this rate, mate. Yeah, you're not far off. Yeah. I wonder if the stairs are still there. Been stuck in the front room for 3 days.
What's that?
Going and painting the stairs.
Oh.
And then she put the top coat on. And I said, "What is that? That's not very shiny." She goes, "Oh, it's paint." I said, "What sort of paint?" Have a look at the tin. I mean, fucking enamel.
Wow.
Please allow 48 hours to dry.
Yeah.
29th of July is a no-no. Even though it's my birthday, I've just booked tickets to go and see a football game. So,
A what game?
a football game, a game of
Yeah, and more of a
Football.
rugby. That's not.
no. Olympiacos are coming over to play a friendly at Norwich, so it's about the only chance we'll ever get to see a decent side at Carrow Road. And they're only charging £10 a ticket. It's on my birthday, so I thought I'll go for some footy, have a few beers, have a curry.
Yeah.
Why not?
And then Ty turned around and said, first half of August, it's not going to happen. And I go, well, you're my playing partner, so that might be a problem. So, don't know.
Last but 1 week in August, or that's the third week to most people, I might be able to do. I'm
Last
actually
week
off
of
that
August?
week. No, the last but one.
Oh, right. Oh,
so the 20, is it the 21st?
Yeah,
I think. That first, I'm off for 2 weeks, but the second week I'm away. But the first week I'm like at home doing nothing. So,
Yeah.
the thing is, you're never going to get.
No, you're
gonna
not.
get
No, I
everyone
leave
can tell.
Edinburgh on the 24th for the second time.
Unless you do it next year.
Yeah,
Tell everybody now.
Yeah. We're in Southampton, middle of August, but the whole weekend is chocker. We're going to some safari thing. Not safari, can't be a safari, some bird sanctuary. Got to be out really early, and because Jane's dad's into that type of stuff. So that's part of his birthday present. It'll be cool, actually.
Me too. I love the birdies.
So that'll be interesting.
Well, Fiona's planned out a menu event.
Right.
And I had to look at it, and I told her straight. I said, I hope you're paying for it. There's a lot of stuff on this menu, mate.
Ooh. I've got my Gearfest ticket for the Saturday.
Not the Sunday.
No, just the Saturday.
Right.
You're right,
Are you just the Saturday, Rob?
No, well, I'm there all weekend if
Yeah,
I
me
want to
too.
be. But
Yeah, me too. I mean, it depends whether there's enough to do on. It's whether
I was looking at the thing today. You know, the plan, and I thought they've Korg, aren't there? By the way,
it's just as well.
Ian, don't say anything. Just say yes or no. Do you know what Korg are bringing out tomorrow?
No.
Oh, okay, that's going to be fun. So
No.
all I'm going to say is
I'm
right.
clearly off the Christmas card list, which is fine.
No,
Is the-
I only
the
found out
like
today.
They were going to do this year, earlier this year.
Say what? No.
It's
Don't.
not that.
Modwave CS.
No. Trust me, you none of you will. It came through today, and we're like, I don't know what they're smoking at Korg HQ, but
it's
it's
one of them.
fucking good
Hey,
shit.
we're going to have a good show on Saturday then, aren't we?
Does that mean this is going to be a really interesting thing, or it's something ludicrous? Wait
Yeah.
and see.
That's-
Oh,
A little from column A, a little from column
Oh,
B.
they're doing the mini moog thing. It's a microcore gold edition. Gold plated.
Honestly, you won't get it.
We won't get it now.
You won't get it because we're like, because I'm sat here going Modwave SE, come on,
Yeah.
but no.
Korg
This week,
laser
apparently.
harp.
I hope so.
No, seriously,
Okay.
it's
The Moog one again.
no.
The
Well,
Morg one.
The mini Korg bass, says Robert.
Mini Korg bass. It's
No.
all black.
no, they've stolen Babs's idea, and it's the Volca Bass SE.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, well done, Babs. That was a
No,
great
they
move,
decided
that
to make the new line of Volcas more insertable. So
Yeah,
No,
shape
they've
change.
rounded the edges.
they're more tapered now.
Yeah.
Well, they,
Make the fucking Volcas Euro rackable. That's what I want.
they do the E-Mom in
Let's
September.
take it out and put it in a Euro rack.
September?
See?
Yeah. September's better. Actually, September's better for me, I think.
Yeah, I think most people.
No,
Well, having said that, I mean-
sometime in August is good for me because I'm on
Did I
holiday.
see something somewhere that somebody's done a Euro rack mount
Yes.
for that?
Absolutely
Really?
superb. Yeah, it's a little thing that goes over the top and it fits in. Do a little adjustment and it goes into a Euro rack. Brilliant. Definite must.
I should buy one of them before while I've still got an account.
What, a Euro rack?
No. The
Oh, sorry.
NTS one.
Speaking of
What
Euro
was the
rack,
NTS one, wasn't it?
yes, the NTS
yeah.
one, a Euro rackable kit. You know,
Yeah.
it's not
Sounds
cheap
great,
for the
actually.
kit, but it's a great idea. I've
You know,
asked a guy at work to One second. One sec. Right, so this is the lid which goes on my case there. So I've taken it all in, and we've looked at this. And what he's going to do is he's going to build me a box, because I'm no carpenter. I can't do that sort of thing. He's going to build me the box so that it's actually a full case, but slightly this level recessed so it can be closed, patched over that one, turning that into a double size case. So all I needed to make sure I did was get the rails that will go in, because it can be fitted on the inside. You don't need any mounting blocks or anything like that. You can just put them in. 4 strips of aluminium. £70.
It's just
I was like, you know, and when I'd actually
is
found a
ludicrous.
place
That's
that would do it, and it's a chap called Synth Racks, based in South Wales somewhere, I think. Because it's the Eurorack rail with a threaded strip, and it's £70. Yeah, 68 pounds if I'm being
There's a
fair.
Euro rack case over there, right? And it takes what was it? It was like 490 quid, and it doesn't even support 5-volt.
Oh, is that one of those?
Well, that's a
is
Deffer style. Yeah, Deffer doesn't
Is
have
that
5 volts.
yeah, that's silly.
So I had to buy this little 5-volt generator thingy that you plug on.
Yeah, the mutable
volt.
plug.
Oh, it's a funny world. It's amazing. It's wonderful.
it's a lovely world sometimes.
Yeah, but hopefully it made me realise just why the things actually cost so bleeding much when you buy them. You know, so the box, obviously, it made out of MDF or whatever materials, is next to nothing to make. And then you've got to put, 70 quid worth of bits of aluminium in. And that's before you've got to a power supply, and you put a power supply in it, and then it goes up again. It's hardly surprising that this empty box costs next to nothing.
My IntelliGel 7 new cases are 700 plus each.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's
They shouldn't be that expensive.
The aluminium shouldn't be that expensive. Really.
No,
Yeah,
it's
pretty
standard
much.
strip stuff. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
That's naughty. It is naughty. Oh,
I know.
You know what's
'cause
even
when
crazier? The little rack stands I got to make the IntelliGel at the right angle for me. Made by
technically.
who makes them? It's not Bufaco. It's
Make Noise. That Make Noise stand.
no, it's at a Portuguese company. I always forget their damn name.
Is that not Bufaco? Endorphins.
No,
That's Spanish as well.
totally drawing a blank on the name. It's a Portuguese company. Anyway, they make these stupid stands, and because the metal's perfect, this the right strength. I tried making some from the hardware store. The metal kept bending. It was just crap. They're very lightweight, very strong, but for a pair of stands, and I had to get multiple pairs, they're like $100 each.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? For bits of
I mean,
metal.
these bass traps that I've got in these corners,
Yeah.
right? They're the brackets for them. I mean, I made them myself, but the brackets, and because there were special brackets, and I had to buy them. I couldn't just buy. I wanted 2, 4, 6, 8. Couldn't buy it. I think I bought 16. So I've got another 4 somewhere, another 8 somewhere. They were 100 quid. Absolutely ludicrous, and there was nothing else I could really do to actually get them to fit than buy
Nails.
these brackets. Well, nails wouldn't have worked. They wouldn't have stayed up.
No.
You know.
You got it on your arse.
Evening, Matt. Sorry I didn't see you in the chat. I'll say hi now. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
It's fun though. You can repurpose things for stands too. That we have these the crates at work, and these clamps that they use for them. They're just they always have extra ones laying around or kind of banged up ones. Those are perfect for like a Volca or a small module of some kind. They make perfect little stands for small things. So didn't cost anything.
Apparently,
pile of shit I got to work on tomorrow. Fucking hell. Yeah, look, I'll show you.
apparently
yeah. This'll be
IKEA
fun.
are end of lining their little laptop stand things, which a
Oh,
lot
are
of
they?
people use. Yeah,
Yeah,
apparently
Those
so
little
here.
sorts of curved bits of
You go.
plastic.
Yeah, just little wedge things.
Oh,
What is that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What-
I can't
what?
read Russian.
lovely.
What is it?
Russian, isn't it?
It's very Russian.
Yeah,
mono.
Russian.
And
It's a bit
pretty
plasticky.
sexy.
Is it plastic?
Oh, very.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
weighs a bleeding ton. That's very little.
Well, it has a plutonium power supply in it.
Yeah.
So
Just what it is,
Native
yeah.
VS recognised it, said it's
Yeah.
called the Maestro.
That's the glow.
I thought the Maestro is a 6-voice poly.
Maybe it is. It's just only putting out one
One
voice.
voice, yeah.
Whatever, it's not working.
The bloke's going, it won't come to more than 150 quid. I mean, it comes-
Oh.
Open it.
So don't mind this one. It's only from Chernobyl. So
Yeah.
Yeah, all the ICs are off the shelf. I don't know where the shelf is, but they're all
So-
Russian. They're all rebadged in Russian. It's like, oh, fuck off. Fucking.
Fuckskiovsky, I think. Is
Yeah.
the,
Mind you, I've got a 4-voice to calibrate. That'll only take about an hour. I'll do that just to cheer myself up. Oh, mate.
Matt says did it for.
I just remember the name of those stands. ADAC. That's the
Oh, yes.
that's the Portuguese company, ADAC. I have a few of their modules too.
I've got a mold. That's all I've got. And it was sent to me very kindly by Sensian.
They make very colorful but industrial-looking modules.
Yeah, they do. And they're not. They're interesting things. I mean, they've got a really great quantizer, but it's not cheap, is it?
Well, their audio player is really clever for just basically playing back little samples and stuff. But it's got a lot of controls on it.
No, you're right, Nate. It's 4-voice. What I mean is it's a single VCO because it's basically a underwhelming string synth that only does 4 voices.
Has there ever been an overwhelming string synth?
Oh, I don't know.
Rubbish.
Wait.
Go
Eminence,
stand in the
nice.
naughty corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice when you put it through stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Like Windows.
You don't have the jar sound without it, though. You got to have it.
Yeah.
But then,
Exactly. It's like an electric guitar. They all sound shit unless you put them through loads of pedals.
Oh, it depends who's playing it.
who's standing behind them?
Yeah, do you fancy buying? Was it Hendrix's old guitar
No.
from the he was in a band before he became, it was like a
Yeah.
50s band.
Yeah.
It's going. I think it's up for about 1.25 million. It's
Stupid, isn't
it's
it?
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Crazy,
Epiphone Wilshire
crazy.
for 1.25. Bonkers.
No, to be honest with you,
Somebody will buy it, though.
It could be
Oh, yeah.
potato chips for all we know. It's no idea what the ICs are in there. But I'm assuming it's going to be some occupied shite. And I've probably got them in stock, but they won't be numbered the way they are on that.
Those guys have to be careful when they buy a lot of that rare stuff, though. Like Nicolas Cage had to go back to making bad movies because he bought so many expensive comic books and stuff. He was broke, you know. So he had to make a whole string of horrible movies.
Yeah.
Oh, what was that one? Like we were flicking through Netflix one night just looking for something, and it came up Nicolas Cage. I can't even remember the name of the film, but we got like 15 minutes in and just bailed. It was about the Rapture. He was an airline pilot or something.
I didn't manage more than 10 minutes of that.
I know,
It was terrible.
It was
It was
Why my
awful.
life is terrible. If you have films on and then sit right through them.
Oh no.
I'm going upstairs. I've got wallpaper.
Yeah. And,
I started watching. Have you heard of what's it called? The Swarm, new series on. I think it's on Sky, but we've got Now TV. Watched first episode. It's about. I think it's about orca whales, but actually that doesn't sell it. But I thought it was really, really good.
We started watching the new Ant-Man film, and again got 20 minutes in, thought this is fucking shite. And we generally are Marvel fans in this house.
Yeah, I'm not.
That
I don't
was
do
just a
I don't do
sack of
superheroes.
shit. Sack of crap. That was.
Yeah. Although I did like Spider-Man. I think I probably said that before. The Spider-Man movies I quite like, but
Yeah, they're
Which
fun.
one?
the rest of it, I mean Batman and
It's only
the
Spider-Man.
later Batman and all the Marvel stuff, you know. No, doesn't do it for me. I like the comics back in the day, and that, you know.
Secret Invasion is
Right.
quite good on Disney at the moment.
I like
I wish Marvel would be
quirky British films.
Quirky British films, I completely agree with you, are
So
fantastic.
I like Ladies in Lavender. I could, if I just want something to put on and to cheer me
I
up.
don't think I've seen
love
Ladies
it.
in Lavender.
Haven't you? Oh, watch
No.
it.
Is it an Ealing?
No. Oh no. It's two greats of British current film, plus a wonderful German actor called Daniel Brühl. It's Maggie Smith and Dame Judi Dench.
I loved Maggie Smith.
And
Maggie Smith is-
they're two spinster sisters who live on
That sounds great, actually.
Oh, I've seen the
living
trailer
on the
for that.
coast in Cornwall. And one day while they're walking on the beach, they find this bloke who's been washed up on the beach after a shipwreck. And they take him in and nurse him back to health. And he doesn't speak any English. And they realise that actually a bit of German works. And they did a bit of German. And he's still lying up in bed recovering. And Maggie Smith's down there playing on the old out-of-tune piano, upright piano downstairs. And this going, oh, God, that's awful. And it turns out that he's a musician. Well, it turns out that he's actually a brilliant musician. And it's just and how they take him from this being shipwrecked to performing in the Royal Albert Hall, playing what's the name? It's a beautiful piece of music. The piece of music that's performed at the end is delightful. I can't remember the name of the composer. It's going to Nigel
Farage?
Farage.
Nigel
yeah.
Havers.
No, Nigel Havers. Yeah. No, I can't remember the name of the guy. It's going to really irritate me. But the guy who did the music to the film for Ladies in Lavender did this piece. It is stunning.
It's not Nigel Tufnell.
It's yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
that's the man.
Lick my love pump.
It's like the Max Bruch violin concerto #1. The famous Max Bruch violin concerto. It's like that, but not. It's brilliant. So it's really, really lovely film, and I can just put it on and watch it again and again. Yeah, do.
Should watch
Look
out
up
for that, yeah. I'll look it
yeah.
up, see if it's...
Nigel
yeah.
Kennedy. No, it's not Nigel Kennedy,
no,
Steve
Kennedy.
Elbows, although you're in the right ballpark now as we're talking violinist.
He did Nigel Kennedy years ago did a really nice sort of violin and electronic album, you know.
Did he?
Yes,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Which I've got. It's really, I mean, it's semi-classical, but it's really, really good.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
his
that's-
own compositions as well.
Demi is a good description,
I'm
really.
going to find out now, sorry.
Yeah. I watched Perfect Sense the other night. Have you seen that? From 2011.
No, I don't think so.
A mate of mine recommended it. It's Eva Green and Ewan McGregor. Yes, she does get a kick off. Starts with a loss of sort of it's a virus type thing. Surprised it didn't come out in the pandemic actually, because people lose their sense of
Probably why it
smell,
didn't.
and then they start to lose one or two other senses, and break down of society and all that stuff. It's good actually. I thought it was all right. I liked it better than Jen and Sue, her sister, who was here.
I've just found out, Nigel Hess is the composer for Ladies in Lavender. I just thought I'd chuck that in there as well. So, sorry.
It's all right.
Not his brother Rudolph.
Oh,
I'll give it over.
Boom, boom.
I'm here all week.
Forgot to tell him. Shit. Hang on.
What? Where's he? Well, he's gone back.
what's
again.
happened to the camera there, Ken?
Cameron's gone to sleep, Can.
I'm just hitting up David.
Oh, God.
Does David know? Does he mind being hit?
There we go.
So I finally got that stuff to work.
What's that stuff to work? It's all white.
Oh, that's the
QX1,
Well, he asked me
RX1,
to remind him
TX1.
that-
Oh,
I forgot to remind him.
So my mate Simon loaned this to me. He bought his QX1s. I've got two QX1s.
why? Sorry.
Because
one's bad enough.
Simon Simon says that.
My hands are
Touch your knees.
So
Touch your nose. Sorry.
for
Sorry.
Synthfest, I'm obviously taking the QX1, the TX816, the RX11. So I said, "Have you got a redundancy plan?" And I said, "Well, no." He said, "Do you want one?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Well, I'll loan you my QX1, TX816, RX11."
Oh man, you're going to take up 2 truckloads.
Well,
Has he
that
got a
lot will
spare
fit-
DX1 as well?
He has.
God.
This is Cyber we're talking about.
So Robbie, we better not put a black light in your
Cy
review,
Alexander.
So.
So anyway, these discs came with his QX1. He had no idea what they were, and they're all discs for the QX1 and the TX816, and they've got all the demo songs that that Yamaha, dealers and reps and in Yamaha themselves would go out on the road, demonstrating all of this stuff. Probably never been heard by anyone for the last I don't know how many years. Probably with very good reason. But they weren't working. I was putting them into the QX1, and the QX1 was saying no, disc not recognised or whatever. And I was thinking, is it the disc drive? That would make it a pain in the arse. And I was looking into getting things imaged. And then somebody said, "Have you tried cleaning the discs?" And I said, "What, you mean the disc or the disc drive?" They said, "No, the discs, because obviously these things, the window is exposed.
Yeah.
It's not so they get dirty quite easy." So I went online. I found this guy. He's in the Midlands somewhere, I think, Rugby or something. And he 3D prints these. And you take your disc, and you put it into the thing.
Put it in the washing machine.
Yeah, and then that's kind of what it is. You put a little clamp in there, and you screw that on. And then you get a little cloth with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, and you hold the cloth over the window, and you spin the disc. Spin the disc and clean it. And I did that to all 3, and they worked first time. Bugging me, 15 quid.
That's brilliant.
Brilliant. So, yes, Robbie and his dirty floppy.
Yeah. Trust you, Matt.
So,
There's another meme in there, Robbie.
Yeah, there is.
Oh,
yeah.
gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta be. Somewhere in.
That's funny. My friend used to have a bunch of Apple II disc failures. It was probably just that. They need to be cleaned.
Yeah. Well, this person said to me, "Have you tried cleaning the discs?" And when I started looking for disc cleaners, I kept throwing out all these pages that said, what the most common cause of discs not reading, especially these discs not reading, is just dirt on the disc. So
Fire.
it's got. He just gives you a little yellow cloth and a little yellow thing.
That's
And he
brilliant.
3D prints them. 15 quid. Posted.
Oh.
I ordered it at like 2 in the afternoon, and it came 10 o'clock the next morning.
Brilliant.
Service, eh?
That's fantastic.
Are 3.5 inch floppies more resilient?
Yeah, because they've got the metal
slide,
gate.
metal slide
Yeah.
bit. Yeah.
But they're still. I mean, he even does a 3.5 inch
does he?
cleaner as well. So, but yeah. So for the first time, I loaded all this up
There's a letting down
and
biscuit.
sent all the data to all the machines. Because the instructions even have like mixer pan settings on there. Like you have to set everything up. So I've got all my rig connected, and they worked. And it was like I'd gone back in time. All this cheesy 80s.
The problem with 3.5s is the loading mechanism gets all gunked up. I had to take them apart and oil them a bunch and stuff. So.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do with 5 1/4 as well. Any disc drive, basically.
But at least the 5 1/4, you just had that little lever on most of them. So it's a mechanical process to insert it, and
Yeah, on the QX they use a button. There's no gate. It's
Oh.
so you put the disc in, and then you push this button, and it clicks in place, and it holds the disc.
Oh,
And
weird.
when you want to reject it, you just press it, and it pops out.
Yeah.
It's slightly different, but I've yet to find an 8-inch cleaning device, because I've got a crate full of 8-inch Fairlight floppies out the
Yeah,
back.
Fiona keeps saying that.
Sorry,
No?
Fiona says what?
Fiona keeps saying she's got to find an 8-inch somewhere.
Trust me.
Oh, what's funny? What am I thinking?
But
Have we just found an 8-inch?
I was having a conversation with the legend that is Dave Bristow the other day.
Oh, were you?
Programmer of
Tiny little pot.
Pot.
I got to repair
yeah.
some Euro back at the weekend.
The guy that programmed half the sounds on the DX7, and he's having a root around in his drawers, shall we say, to see if we've got any. Because I'm still trying to find the discs that actually came with the TX816 out of the factory, which have got certain things on, but it's difficult.
I was supposed to be working on the Mustang this week, but
Mhm.
work turned up.
Mm.
Not that the weather's been brilliant.
It's going to be really hot tomorrow, isn't it? And the
Yeah.
weekend. Apparently.
Yeah, I've got to work on those. I've got OBXs I've got to do tomorrow along with that Russian thing.
Legacy
So it's unlikely I'll be working on the Mustang tomorrow either.
I missed the sort of Prost.
We're talking Formula One.
Yeah.
I've sort of not watched much of Formula One last couple
I
of
haven't
years.
watched
Yeah,
Formula
One
for
used to be
years.
exciting, and it's
I
not.
mean, I
anymore.
used
It's
to-
just
I mean-
tedious. It's just tedious. Tedious.
Well,
I
I
stopped
went
watching
to-
it when it was
They go
he
round
who
and round and
wins
round,
pole
nothing
wins
happens.
race.
For my 50th, we went to the Nürburgring. And
Mhm.
it was absolutely, the whole weekend was just superb. Yes, we had to get up really early every morning because we were staying in Trier, I think. So it was a hell of a trek on the bus.
That's a long
But
way from Trier to the
It is,
Nürburgring.
yeah. So, but the whole weekend was absolutely superb. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Did you
I'd
get to
love
drive around it?
round. Yeah, I'd love to
No.
drive around the old one.
No, we actually parked on the old one
Yeah.
on race day, so we got to walk on it. You know, but no, it was
I've raced-
the whole
I've
thing
raced
was
that.
superb.
I've raced that fella on Nürburgring, although a virtual one, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, and we don't have Sky, so I'm not going to pay to watch it. You know. But yeah, I think it's lost something at some point. You know,
yeah.
Jeopardy.
somebody Matt said about Formula E. Somebody said to me that Formula E is much more exciting because they've all got the same car pretty much, haven't they?
Yeah.
So it's about how the driver's skill. Yeah,
Mhm.
that sounds like much more interesting.
And you could actually, talk to each other as the race is going on.
Yeah,
'cause
exactly. It's quiet. Yeah, yeah. It was bloody loud, you know. And
Yeah.
there was all these Germans there getting really drunk on the qualifying day, drinking loads and loads of beer. They were really noisy, but they were all really good-hearted, you know.
Mm.
But they were all really quiet on race day because they all had terrible hangovers. You know, it was superb.
Bloody hell, Matt Evans, you're incorrigible.
What's he done now?
What's Matt done now?
He's bored. He's clearly bored, and
Well,
he's got
jump in
time
there.
on his hands. Hang on a second. Let me just. Oops, no, I've just given him a wrong emoji there. Sorry, Matt.
What, is that a fuck off emoji?
It was, yeah,
Sorry,
kind
Matt.
of. It's the equivalent of a fuck off emoji. Why do
Oh my
tap
god.
to remove?
He
There you
didn't
go.
mean it, Matt. He didn't mean it, honest.
Let's see if I can send this. Send to Mac.
Yeah, through back.
Yeah. Let's be demos. Again. I mean, how long ago did this happen? And he's already done this.
Robbie says
Well done.
Someone has got way too much time on their hands.
That's superb.
Yeah.
That's another one for Ramsey's show on
Yeah.
Saturday then. It'll be the Robbie show, won't it? There'll all be loads of memes of you, matey.
It's not a good thing.
Don't lie, you love it, Robbie. You love it. You really do.
Oh god, I've got to fit that now. I
Can I
hate
s-
here. I keep seeing work I've got to fucking do.
That happens to me every time I go into work.
Nah.
Which
Just
is
stop
every
going.
day.
Just stop going to
Oh,
work. Solves it.
Well, just a reminder, the Gearfest is it is next Saturday, isn't it? I'm going
Week
to
on
this thing.
Saturday.
So
Not
this,
next
this,
Saturday.
no,
Not
this-
this Saturday.
so,
You're on Ramsey's show this Saturday, Andy.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
and then it's
Yeah.
Gearfest, right? Okay.
And I'll
So
text
we
you
won't
if you
be
don't.
there.
And I'll text you if you don't turn up.
Right. Andy, where are you?
Yeah, Andy, come on, wake up,
Right,
pal.
which means I better ring my. Do I need to ring my brother? Yeah, I do, because probably I'm going to have to park my car in Harpenden, catch the train from Harpenden to King's Cross, or is it St Pancras? It doesn't matter. It's one of those.
King's
And
Cross
then-
is where you want to get
It's
it.
King's Cross where you have to get off.
Yeah.
King's
Well,
Cross
you
and-
can. It depends on which line you come in on, because you can stay on and there's a couple of stops.
Well, St
Can't
Pancras is
slide.
next door, isn't it? So.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll ring my brother and find out what the best plan is. So
Did I tell you we got a copyright claim when we, like for last week's show,
for
No.
what bit?
for the Spitfire audio bit?
Oh, for
No
God's
way.
Somebody
What?
playing a piano, playing
Yeah.
Claude Debussy, which is
Yeah.
must be in the public domain now
Yeah.
anyway.
It is,
Yeah, it is.
but the
Some
recording might
company
not be.
Some company, well, the recording ought to be Spitfires.
Yeah, but who's the distributor that's pinged you?
Merlin IDLA
They're
distribution.
they're known for it. Just I would contest it.
I did.
Yeah,
It's just been released.
yeah, yeah. They're absolutely known for it. Yeah.
Well, it's like that
Actually-
Woody Piano Shack video where the Indian guy stole Roland backing tracks for an album,
yeah.
and then he got a claim by playing demo tracks for Roland.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact,
Crazy.
this month's audio file got pinged because of Dave Walker's track, which I opened with. But actually, as I said to Dave last night, the money the revenue should eventually come to Sinners Music, and then we can split it. But
I thought you got a gun for a minute.
it'd be interesting to see how long it takes.
Bond.
So what?
The name Spong.
You got a copyright strike for playing
No,
Copyright.
copyright
Claim.
claim, not
Claim.
not a strike. No.
for playing Sinners Music's
Yeah.
album
Yeah.
on a Sinners Music
Podcast.
podcast.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I've
And is that because of your? Is that your distributor again?
yeah.
I thought
That's
you said
Orchard.
you fixed it.
Hey,
I thought you'd fixed it.
I thought I'd fixed it as well, but obviously not. So, but it'd be interesting to see how long it takes for any revenue to come. It won't be much, but I'm going to leave it and just watch this space.
Oh, it's silly, isn't it?
Nothing
Yeah,
happened.
I thought I had fixed it because I've had multiple emails backwards and forwards to the Norwegians. Maybe it's the English. Maybe it's my broken English.
Yeah, you probably really insulted them.
Yeah, they don't understand Yorkshire. Hey up, lad.
How
You
dare
don't
you?
understand Yorkshire.
Actually, no, they're really good. They are really helpful, and it's actually not them because their Orchard is they're obviously part of Orchard, or they've got an agreement with Orchard to distribute. You know, so it's obviously it's slightly more complicated than my contract is with them, not with Orchard, but Orchard is who they're intimate. You know, who's putting it up there everywhere. You know.
When's our album out? I forgot.
Well, I need to talk to you about that. I
Oh,
mean, obviously on
complication.
Bandcamp it's out tomorrow.
Oh, is it?
So buy it on
exciting.
Bandcamp tomorrow. But because of other pressures, Andy, I was going to ask you and Grace if it's all right if we push the actual streaming release back until September.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
It's
by
out.
me.
It'll be out tomorrow, and I'll do a Bandcamp thing later tonight.
Yeah.
Send it round, and there'll be a discount if people buy it tomorrow on Bandcamp.
Is it a Bandcamp Friday day tomorrow?
Yeah, it is. So
Oh, right,
yeah,
Okay. Cool.
yeah.
Well, that was how exciting!
so
Woohoo.
people will be able to get it tomorrow.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, you've got black again. Just you.
Yeah, I'm
in
just
the
buying an
dark.
Osmos. Hang on.
You're just buying an Osmos.
Yeah,
Buying one.
it's finally come through.
Hey,
They've finally updated it.
when are you getting it?
Let you know in a sec. Just going to pay for it. This should be interesting. I don't know how much I have in the bank. Let's have a look.
Usually takes about a week or so after you paid for it, if they have
Yeah,
stock.
they're saying Yeah, saying about 3 to 5. Yeah. Okay, let's put that in. Oh God, I don't know when that is. I'll put that. See when that comes up. Yeah. Okay. Blah blah blah. I agree. Yes. Blah 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 blah. Process.
Take my money.
I mean, the main reason for asking to do the streaming release later is because I haven't had time to finish off the press pack, or even start emailing people, which obviously takes time. We should be all right for review in one of the magazines, but I just need to. I've got other things I'm having to deal with at the moment, like sort my bloody house out before people start coming round.
Have you put it on the market then? Is that why you hate estate agents?
I'm happy to tell you the story of the estate agent. We were planning to go down to Wiltshire for the end of the weekend, so Sunday through till Tuesday. We'd highlighted 7 properties we wanted to look at, all with the same estate agent. So Jane rang them up and said, "We'd like to see these properties. We're coming down from Yorkshire. We're staying over." She said, "Oh well, I'm sure it'll be okay, but I'm not sure you'll be able to see all of them." We said that's fine, but we were around for the 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, so She then rings back about 2 hours later and said, "You can't see any of them because your house isn't sold." It's not about it being on the market; it has to be sold. Now, she said that the sellers have said that. And in 2 hours, she hadn't got round to all the sellers. Somebody further up has told her to ring us back and say that. So we were seriously pissed off. So we've cancelled our hotel, and we are actually coming down, and we're going to stay with Jane's sister in Southampton and then drive over. And we are actually looking at a new house on Monday afternoon. Just one, but... We want to have a look at the place where we're thinking of living in it as well. Look at the villages around there, and go and see what it's like. But yeah, we've had the first person around looking at this place today. Got another one tomorrow, and then we'll get it on the market.
Well, I didn't have enough money in the bank, so.
Oh no!
I've gone a bit red.
That's all right. You got an overdraft.
Yeah, a little one. Just about made it and all. They don't like me overdrafts. They really. You collect synthesizers. We're not so sure about giving you an overdraft.
Yeah.
So that means I've definitely got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, and some money.
So, Osmo's on the way.
Good stuff.
Woo.
Delivered by a bailiff.
yeah.
This is yours, but I'm taking it.
Else in the studio to catch the dust. More than anything else.
I'm probably going to have to pack all this stuff up as well before they actually start to take photographs. I don't want them taking photographs of all this. So most of it I'm going to pack up.
Probably wise.
I'll take to the office.
Can't they just pixelate it out or something?
They probably could, but it just feels the right thing to do, really.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to get. There's certain things that'll stay, but I'm probably not going to get that much chance to play with this stuff at the back anyway.
That always has one. There you go. Yeah. Told you. Good girl, aren't you?
This is still working.
I can't get over how tight it is.
That sounds lovely. Did I say that? I was.
Everybody does.
Yeah, I know.
Was that your hands patch?
Hands patch. That's a factory preset, this one.
nice reverb on it. What's the reverb?
Yeah, post
It's
Osmo Spag.
It's a little bit chorus, a little bit reverb, and dare I say, it's the B word.
No, surely not.
Yeah, it's one of it's preset 81 on my Xenix 120. What is it? 120 something? I don't know.
Mixer.
Yeah, no, there's little
Oh.
cheap little Behringer rotary mixers.
Yeah. I don't use the. I don't use it. I've got what? I've got a couple of them like somewhere around, but I never use the
Oh.
effects on them.
It's just handy if you just want to put something
Yeah.
out. It's not the best thing in the world. You just
No.
put it on and just gives you a little bit of.
Dave's going to try and join us in an hour.
Oh, cool.
I'm dying to get him in. Get him on board.
Indeed.
I missed that last little bit. Who's joining in an hour?
David
Oh,
Arnold.
Oh, is he? Oh, I'll be in bed. Oh, he'll probably be glad of that, but never mind.
no, we're trying to get him. Trying to get him to be a regular. A good giggle. Oh.
Oh, don't, Ian.
Sorry.
It's fine. Oh, we had a moment in class today where there was me and one of my students, and we were doing the synchronized sneezing. It was
No.
the kids thought it was hilarious. He started, and the same time I started, we got what, choo, choo, choo. one of those
Like
little
the
moments that you can't do. The kids thought it was hilarious. Oh, sorry, Ken.
No, I said you've got to be careful. If you get that dead right, you'll open up a wormhole.
Oh yes, exactly. We'll end up on Andromeda or the Andromeda Nebula or something. Oh dear. Ooh.
Oh boy.
No, Robbie's at it. You see, it's catching. It's
Yeah,
yours.
it's my fault. It's all my fault.
How's Mr. Murray doing? He's just sat down.
Oh, everything.
You're still making mints?
Yeah. Can't beat a Murray mint. You can't hurry a Murray mint, can you?
Can't hurry, Murray.
No, that's
hurry
it.
Murray.
Can't hurry run it. Yeah.
God,
Takes me
I
back.
Does anyone remember the Chewy Mints adverts? With
with the dinosaur.
rock hard mints and the boss that was getting really cross. Chewy Mints, Chewy Mints, rock hard mints.
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, that's funny. The things
Remember
that stick in your head.
Chewits?
Oh, there's the
Chew it. I
Oh,
remember I used to
Chewits,
love
you
Chewits.
can't, I love Chewits.
Pacers. Do you remember
Chewits.
Pacers?
Pacers and
no.
Chewits? Yeah,
No,
lovely.
what were Pacers then?
They were like a
Minty
minty
ones,
Chewit.
minty
stripes,
Chewits.
with green and white
With
stripes.
green,
weren't they?
yeah.
I don't remember them.
Foxy
I didn't like them.
Glacier mints.
Foxes.
Oh,
classic.
yeah.
They're
Yeah,
still
it's like
around.
that.
They're still around.
Yeah.
What I love and I can't find anywhere. I don't know if they've
Go on.
stopped making them. Is the Fox's Glacier Dark, which was a sort of licorice aniseedy flavoured one. It was
Oh,
delicious.
never heard of them.
Oh, probably
Well,
because they're fucking horrible. What? You know
I
what?
remember
Some people
Fox's
go,
Glacier
"Oh, you want a
fruits."
Sweet, there's
Yeah,
licorice. You'll have
I've
to
had them.
go, are you fucking mental? That's not a sweet. That's a punishment. Oh, fucking licorice.
God.
Oh, fuck off.
You
Ah.
don't like
My
licorice?
missus has got bags.
Do you
of,
not like
just
licorice?
Licorice
No.
bits.
I love
Oh, licorice is lovely.
Proper licorice is
Proper
absolutely
licorice is
delicious.
really nice.
And then all sorts go, well, we got the licorice. What else can we put on it? It's just as
Bollocks
fucking
to
bad.
licorice
Why
also.
not?
No, not licorice. Just licorice on its own.
That's
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
crap.
but
Did
Yeah.
you not used to get a licorice stick?
And the
an
licorice
actual-
sticks that you
Yeah.
chew. Licorice
Yeah.
sticks that you chew on.
Yeah.
No, the actual wood.
Yeah, the
No.
licorice
Yeah.
sticks that
Yeah.
you chew on.
I thought you meant the chewy.
Well, the licorice ones
Yeah.
with the flat bits at the end that
Yeah.
you used to. Yeah, same to the no.
What were the
Spangles.
ones when you get when you had a box of licorice all
Spangles were
sorts?
great as well. I used to love
Didn't they
spangles.
change the name of Spangles at one
No,
point?
they just disappeared.
Yeah, is that right?
You used to get them in a tin, didn't you?
No,
Before you got them in a tube. Trust me. Little looked like a brass tin, but obviously it wasn't. It was just but and they had little paper inside, and then there'd be
What you mean,
those
like
things, and then
Thingamy's
dusted.
travel suites? Yeah,
Dusted, yeah.
No, they're travel suites. No,
No, they were-
Spangles were always just in those little wrappers. Same as tunes, same shape as tunes.
Yeah, remember tunes?
I took a return ticket to Nottingham.
Return ticket to Nottingham. Yeah. Return ticket. Yeah. Well done, Robbie. I forgot about that one. It's all come flooding back.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, R2D2.
For our American viewers, that was all worth ignoring.
That's,
Sorry, Andy.
yeah, exactly. It's just
Yeah, no, licorice short stalks, round ones with the coconut. Put them in a vice.
What?
Yes,
So
well,
what were the round?
that's not licorice, that's
But what
minging.
were the round ones with the little pink balls or the little blue balls?
Well, they were
Just
aniseed.
yeah,
they're aniseed,
those are the
they're
ones that
not
made me
licorice.
gag.
oh, they were nice actually. I
They were
like them.
horrible.
Oh, I loved those.
I like
they were my
them.
Brilliant
favourites.
between two hammers. Fuckers. Fucking hell.
Kent, I need to introduce you to Salzlachritz. You'd love that.
Really?
It's proper delicious. It's really, it's like, it's flavour explosion in your gob. It's amazing.
What about the Parma Violets?
Oh, they're
Parma
just
Violets.
wrong. In spite of rain,
Love
babe.
Parma.
I had some of them
Parma
recently.
Violets, they stink like old ladies' knickers. Not that I've
They
got
do.
much experience of
How
that.
would you know?
How do
We
I
need
know?
to see
I
you're
don't
working
know.
out there, Andy.
But do you have vending machines for those too? I thought that was only in Japan.
Any what, Andy?
Vending machines for the old ladies' knickers.
Yes, vending machines. Yeah, every bus station's got two.
Parma violets. I love.
Yeah, Parma Violets.
Trouble with Parma
they're
Violets is
awful.
you eat a whole packet, can't you?
Yeah, because when you open
No.
them, you couldn't properly close them back up again.
No,
They'd all fall
you
out. So you just
Yeah.
get in there.
Fizzers, could with those, but Parma Violets. There was
Love
there was that-
Hearts. I used to really like Love Hearts.
No,
Yeah.
it's chalky. Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah.
Neil. Oh,
Be
sorry.
my baby, Ian.
Be Matt, yeah, that's it, yeah.
What do you guys think of Cadbury?
Well,
mediocre chocolate.
We have Cadbury's.
What?
Yeah.
Chocolate
Ooh.
flavour?
Cadbury.
Well, you know,
Cadbury's
what do you
with an
want?
apostrophe
I
S.
w-
I'm an
went-
American. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
No,
I went
yes,
on the
we will.
factory a few years ago when the kids were, probably about 12 and 13. We had an afternoon around the Cadbury factory at Bourneville, and it was one of the best afternoons we'd ever had.
Do they have a Bourneville factory at Cadbury? Because it's
Yeah. And we literally came away with loads and loads of chocolates and selection boxes and,
They didn't know
They
you
were-
played.
offcuts.
Yeah.
Offcuts.
No, it was
Yeah.
great. It was a really good
Close
afternoon.
up, right.
I don't
Well,
believe they do those tours anymore, and I don't believe it's the same company. Sadly,
No.
So I think they sold it.
Kraft.
They sold
Part
They
it.
of
bought by
Kraft.
Kraft,
Kraft.
weren't they? Yeah.
That was it. Yeah. So it's not the company it used to be. Yeah. But
No
unlike
sweat, Rob,
unlike
Cadbury
Nestle products, which I don't eat at all.
is fact.
What's that
What's
again?
wrong with Nestle? Have I missed something?
No,
What's right with them?
Cadbury's is literally
Well,
just chocolate flavoured
the-
fact.
Roundtree Macintosh, or Roundtree's then Roundtree Macintosh, was a local York firm.
Your company, yeah.
Bought out in the 80s
Like
by
Terry's.
No, Terry's was a separate firm.
Yeah, but it was
The
also
Terry's
New York.
factory is still there. It's now flats. Surprisingly.
Oh, all right, okay. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And actually,
must
the
make some
Roundtree factory is still, bits of it are still there. And that's going to be flats opening next year sometime. Anyway, but Nestle have got very checkered past with flooding third world countries with my brain's gone to mush. But anyway, they've got, you have to look them up.
They're shady fuckers.
They are definitely shady, yeah. And so probably in
Only of the rice steak.
late 80s, Jane and I made a decision not to eat or not to buy any Nestle products.
Anything with Nestle at all.
And I know it's not made a
Quite hard to do.
yeah, exactly. But the reality is we have never actively bought a Nestle product since. Very occasionally someone will buy us a bar of chocolate, or I actually miss Polos. I used to really like Polos. But I've never had a Kit Kat since then. So we do stick by our principles. And I know it's made absolutely no difference at all, but,
Well, I used
Doing a
to.
bit. Fighting
Doing
your
a
corner.
bit.
I have a friend
No.
who used to
I
be
didn't know
a
that.
chocolate
If
tester.
you played Poland, I still
Yeah.
don't have a Kit Kat.
A chocolate tester. God, what shape was he?
No. She worked at Felixstowe
she?
Docks, and
Oh yeah.
the
Behave.
the chocolate and stuff would come in, and she would have to get onto the ships and test it before it got offloaded. And she had a little kit, and it was basically a little something that you could just take a piece of chocolate and slice it, and it had a little magnifying glass. And the way what the defining thing was about whether the chocolate got let in or not was the percentage of dead insects
Oh, what?
in the chocolate.
Mm.
That's the marker. That's the benchmark.
Yeah.
It has to
You
be below a
need
certain
those dead
percentage,
insects.
and it's not zero.
You need those dead insects.
Yeah,
They-
absolutely. It's
they
all part
add,
of it.
Yeah,
It's all
flavour,
part of it.
texture.
And yeah, she said, it was
Zero.
it was something like I forget. I
Yeah.
don't want to say it because I probably got it wrong, but it wasn't zero. I was hoping for it to be zero, but no. They allow a certain amount of dead insects.
Well, it's good practice.
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
thing
We'll
the
all
thing
be
about
eating-
Nest. Sorry, go on, Kent. Go on, mate.
No, we will be eating insects in the end.
Yeah, we will.
Well, that's right.
No,
Steve.
they'll be
Yeah,
eating us.
The main
The
thing
solution,
with
yeah,
Nestle
probably.
was this is Wikipedia, aggressive marketing of their breast milk substitutes, particularly in less economically developed countries. And I do believe that a third world
Oh,
country
yeah.
owed them millions and millions of pounds, where that country could have really done with having that debt wiped, and they didn't. So they are really dodgy in terms of. They're not alone, are they? Because I'm sure you could look at Coca-Cola or any other sort of company that, if you start
Well,
to look into
oh,
the.
Crap. I just won't buy that sort of stuff anymore.
No.
Well, if you
Yeah,
eat ground
I've got-
beef, there's a certain amount of accepted fecal matter and bacteria in there too. So chew on that one.
Shit in the
Well,
beef.
yeah, exactly. Well,
There is shit in the beef.
it
Well, you
comes,
haven't had one of the only
it comes from the way it's reconstituted from the insides of the animal, isn't it? They'll be using intestines and.
Well, the slaughtering process is a mess. This stuff just goes everywhere. So
I saw something online the other day about people have just realised how Parmesan cheese is made and are going right off it because when you make Parmesan, you use the whatever's in the gut, the fourth stomach of a.
it's
young-
rennet. Rennet is the enzyme. So.
Rennet.
Yeah, no, but it's not that. It's something else that's in the fourth stomach of a baby cow. So basically, all
Look
the
at
veal
veal.
calves,
I mean, veal's evil as
Yeah.
well. So
all the veal calves. Obviously, the meat goes one place, but the contents of the fourth stomach go off to the Parmesan makers because apparently it adds something to it. So. That or sort of
Parmesan,
vegetable
that's
rennet
great.
won't.
But there, yeah, lots of vegetable rennet sources now. There's fungus rennet and there's some other stuff you can use that's for making decent cheese. So
Not the same. Not the same.
it's
No.
not, but it's sustainable.
Let's try what's it
Yeah,
called?
knob scraping. That's just about right, Matt.
Knob scrapings.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I don't
they have
eat cheese.
they have made celebrity toe jam cheese. So
Oh God, no. Let's not go there.
and you can make gelatin with your fingernail clippings if you save them up and powder them. So
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
You have far too much time on your hand, Andy, don't you?
You have,
it's
mate.
biology, man. I can't help it. So I study all this shit.
Doesn't mean I eat it or anything.
Also, all the anatomy, physiology, cadaver stuff I had. There was plenty of gross jokes in there as well.
So yeah, the chemical or the contents is called chymosin, which apparently is only you can only get it in baby cows because to that point in their life they've only consumed milk. So the natural enzyme for coagulating it, which is this thing called chymosin, is present in large quantities, and so that's what you need to make it's part of the Parmesan making process. If you got it from a regular cow, there's hardly any.
Is this Reggiano Parmigiano or what is this special? Or is this any?
Parmigiano, is it all Parmigiano?
It's Parmesan, yeah. It just says Parmesan. It doesn't say
Yeah.
particular.
What about Asiago?
Like the sound of
It's all bloody. Yeah, it's all.
It's all
batshit.
foreign to me.
Grana Padano. You see, Grana Padano's is different to Parmigiano, so it's different. And then Pecorino Romano.
The best is Casamarzu from Sardinia with the crap from the insect larva cheese.
Steve Elbows, brilliant.
And tomorrow, Corker are introducing a synth that comes
Oh.
wraps in a baby cow.
Trust me, when you
Well
see
done,
what Korg,
Steve.
when you see what Korg released tomorrow, that pales into insignificance. No,
I'm really
Oh,
looking
you
forward
got us
to
all
it.
excited.
I'm
No,
really looking forward to it.
don't get excited.
I'll be waking
Don't
up
get
at
excited.
5 o'clock because it'll be 5 o'clock in the morning, won't it?
It will.
With the release
Yep,
time,
it
as
is 5
always.
o'clock tomorrow morning.
5:05, I'll be there on my iPad looking it up.
Expect to
Oh
be
my
disappointed.
God.
I will be. No, actually, stuff that for
Expect
Game
to be
Soldiers.
disappointed.
Well,
Expect to be
I have to
disappointed.
say,
and then
the last few products, apart from that string thing that they did at Super Booth, the last few products have been a disappointment.
That's an
Sadly.
interesting way of spelling shite.
What is?
Disappointment.
Yeah. I was being polite,
Yeah.
you know.
This is
I don't like to swear much.
That string thing was interesting, though, wasn't it?
That string thing
that's
was
really,
interesting,
Very
and that's really inventive. I mean, you know.
Oh, God.
5 a.m. eternal.
Damien
Well done,
Hirst
Steve
missing.
Elbows.
Yeah.
2 hours later.
I thought it was 3 a.m.
No, he's typed. Well, yes, it is supposed to be.
Oh, sorry.
never-
Sorry.
no.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm slow.
Ferguson.
Jeez. I'm just looking at the photos of my old house and what they've done and what they haven't
What
done.
they haven't done.
Being nosy.
I must admit, you know, they've gone for neutral colours. They've gone for a dark grey carpet and light grey walls.
Yeah.
You
throughout
can't be oatmeal and beige, can you?
but the thing is, you then move into the kitchen, which is still stuck in 1998.
Well, you can't talk about carpet and not show pictures of it. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Okay.
food was cheaper.
Hang on. Think that the interesting thing is they have no pictures of the upstairs, which is not surprising, seeing as that's where we found the damp and black mold.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a case of aspergillosis.
Well, my wife, for the last sort of 6 months or so while we were there, had developed a nasty nagging cough that just didn't seem to want to go
Yeah,
anywhere.
it's
Yeah.
bad shit.
And we found it. Basically, it was behind our headboard.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So we took lots of pictures of that and said, we've just found this, which is probably why they gave our deposit back. Just
Yeah.
Did it feel damp in the room though? Was it
No,
humidity?
well, let me show you this, and you can see what I'm talking about. Is that showing? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the front elevation of the house. So you see where the two garages are. That window above there, that was the master bedroom.
Right.
So our bedroom is above a double garage that had no insulation between the ceiling of the garage and the floor of the bedroom. So in winter it was an ice box. We had to have extra. The heating in the house would not touch it, so we had to have an extra heater in there during the winter to keep it going. And the damp was on that far end, the outer wall, which is where our headboard was. So yeah.
Yeah, another feeling at our old house, and is a nice neighborhood, Los Altos, very fancy neighborhood nowadays. But the house was all built in the 50s, so cheap skates, horrible insulation, whatever. I inherited my parents' bedroom when they built a beautiful one in the back of the house. But I had 3 walls facing the outside, and I could see my breath in the middle of winter in my room.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the front room, the lounge.
Nice
They've not-
fireplace.
Well, it is, apart from the fact, and we reported this repeatedly, on the back plate there's a massive crack.
Right.
And every time the chimney sweep came along and said, he did the chimney, and he said,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, do you know you've got yes, we know. You told us last year and the year before, and we've told the landlord, and they've done nothing about it. So, it could quite easily have turned into something quite nasty. I wonder, what's that there? That white patch.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they've put, because they were beige carpets before, so they put grey in there.
Look cheap. They kept that carpet looks cheap.
It is. It's cheap carpet. They've not. No expense has been paid.
Yeah.
This is all overgrown again. I mean, we've been out there 4 months, but look at the pond. I mean, That's the downstairs.
Yeah, get
same
some good
colour
water
code.
samples from that pond. That looks good.
You'd get something.
Yeah.
Botulism. Yeah, so downstairs loo and stairs again all grey. That was where the DX1 was, in front of that radiator. That's the kind of dining room. That's the little study where my records used to live. And then you go into the kitchen and it's just like, oh, they haven't touched that at all.
Right.
That's literally untouched. And that's a built-in
Is
fridge.
that
that doesn't work.
what colour is it? Because it looks pink.
It's kind of, it's not pink. It's, I don't know what you'd call it really. It's not brown either. It's
Off
I don't
white.
know.
It's not even off white, is it?
no, it's like really odd. And then
Yeah.
to the back of that,
Baby sick.
yeah,
Oh,
baby
yeah.
set. So you see that pink
Yeah.
wall?
Yeah.
That's what it was painted with all the way around downstairs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, terracotta.
There's my oil tank full of my fucking oil that I put in £1,500 worth. That's why they wouldn't let me get away with not putting any oil in, because they were going to rent the house out again.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And that's the conservatory with this plastic roof that's built over a drain,
Oh, right.
so which is against housing regs. And we brought that up with them every time, and they did nothing about it. That little radiator wouldn't even heat, and that's bollock.
Yeah. So is it hot in winter and cold in summer? It's one of them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. And you get damp on the inside, so we always had to have these top windows on the vent mode, just to get air circulating around to stop mold. And then that's it from the outside.
so what's that house worth now to buy?
I reckon you could probably get, if on the market today, probably about $500,000.
Yeah.
Really?
To buy.
Wow.
Yeah, because because of the location. It's in the little
Right.
village, but yeah. So then that's that top window there. That was the old studio. Yeah, so that's it basically, and then back to the front. But they haven't pictured
Upstairs bedroom.
upstairs, which makes me. And you see, I know you saw on the soffits around the front of the house. It's all, and they've not
Yeah.
even cleaned that. And we said, because that's their responsibility, and they wouldn't even clean it. It's just, I'm just well shot. I'm
That's
not
landlords.
even
If they don't have to
Sounds
do
like
it, they
you're better
definitely
off,
won't
yeah.
do it.
I'm not angry. I don't.
You're better off out of there, though.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. We made the right. In fact, it was like my last job when I got made redundant. I was like, oh God, what am I going to do? But actually, they did me a massive favour. They got me out of a rut, and I think we got to that place, and we were just like, we don't want to complain too much, but we don't want to not complain about the things that desperately need doing that will affect quality of life. And then they did it for us, I suppose, and yeah, here we are. Everyone's a winner.
Mm.
I said to you at the time, things happen for a reason.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I just feel like I might drop a note through the door when the new tenants go in there. And just, say,
Yeah.
just look out for these things, I bet our neighbours are livid, because there's basically two houses in this little thing. It's not a road, it's a little private driveway. The neighbours own the driveway. And I remember when we moved in, they kind of gave us a bit of a wide berth, because they owned their property. In fact, the guy that lived next door was a solicitor. He was a conveyancing solicitor, and he did the whole deal on those properties when they originally sold. And you could tell that they weren't happy that they were living next door to tenants. But eventually they warmed to us, or we warmed to them. I don't know. And we got on fine, like a house on fire. But I bet they're going to be going, oh God, we're getting new people in. And, yes, I'm surprised they didn't buy it, to be honest.
Lovely.
What keyboard is that you're playing?
The keyboard is one of these. Yeah.
Oh,
The sound is a DX1.
DX1. That's
Yeah. Nope.
The preset name?
Whatever
Twang.
Dire Straits called it. What they call it? MTV. That's
Is
the
it
name
really?
of the patch.
That's hilarious.
I want my MTV.
Keep going.
So this patch is called Dick Arse. There is an accordion which if I could play Walk of Life, I would. I can't even know.
You spent all that money on that synth to make it do that. You
It's not even a very good accordion, is it?
Oh, that's Jan Hammer right there. You love that sound. Miami Vice has tons of DX7 in it, so.
But yeah, that's my favourite.
Well, I know what to get you for Christmas, Andy. I just need to get you a well-chosen Dire Straits album, don't I?
The box set.
Oh, yeah, the box
definitive
set.
box set.
Yeah.
Brothers in Arms 30th anniversary edition with 5 remixes of the Walk of Life.
We'll all club together to get you.
We'll throw in a tambourine as well.
Yeah.
They do say that your tastes change, but it's not. It's not.
Have you
just
never
to
liked
do-
them?
It's not just to do with taste. I don't know what. I've told the story before, so I've been repeating myself, but it really is to do with the loss of a friendship in my teen years because of a fallout about Brothers in Arms.
There you go, you see. It's got nothing to do with the band.
In many ways, it doesn't, but it scarred me.
I tell you,
Because we agreed on absolutely everything. You know, we agreed on Ultravox and OMD and the Thompson Twins and all
love the
sorts
Thompson
of
Twins. I love the
all
Thompson
sorts of things. But you know, we got this. Oh, I've got this. Listen to this. You'll love it. You know, and you know, it was like, and that was when I first. He introduced me to The Hurting by Tears for Fears.
Yeah, brilliant album.
You know, I mean, still in my view, the best of the Tears for Fears albums.
It is.
You know,
I agree.
by a long shot. I mean, people are going about the songs from the Big Chair and those things, but I don't think that they're anything like as good or as interesting as the stuff that was on The Hurting. So
I agree with you.
But and he came out, oh, this album, it's great, you'll love it. And he put it on, and we played the first however many songs. And eventually, I just got up and picked up the needle, put it back, and went, please don't bring anything as shit as that round my house again. And it was just fucking awful. It was just dreadful from the first, you know, and I can't remember what the order of the songs was. But I just
Andrew, would this help?
Oh,
Would this help? I've got some notes and things here. What would you like?
I don't.
Reminds me of
see-
that sketch with Roland Rivron, where he's
Sorry,
taking
Keith.
Ralph McTell to court
No, you carry on.
because you can't play guitar to Ralph McTell's 100 songs.
Oh, yeah.
To play
Oh,
guitar.
yeah.
And Mark Knopfler comes into the dock and he starts to try and play the beginning to Money for Nothing, and he can't.
I just sold a Tears for Fears album. Actually, it's CD. The sort of rare, is it Satini, Marshall and Lunatic
Saturnine
album?
and Marshall.
Yeah.
Saturnine something and Marshall.
Yeah.
Yeah, they reissued it on Record Store Day.
I never liked it, to be fair. It's very
They
strange.
get
I mean, I
those
like odd, I like weird, but it's slightly
home again.
Too weird for me.
Well, it's
anyway,
a
I got-
compilation. It's B-sides and
Oh, is it?
yeah. It's not a proper album. It's
All right. Well, it went for
But it's
25
compilation.
quid. Thank you very much.
Does anybody know if there's an Ultravox B-sides album? Because I think Ultravox B-sides were amazing. Because they were wigged out and wacky and all sorts of crap.
Best-
No, I don't. I've
best
never-
B-sides album was Pet Shop Boys Introspect. Not
I thought you were going to say
Introspective.
XTC.
Oh yeah, there's that as well.
That-
Yeah,
A-side, is it A-sides
Alt-
of Beeswax?
yeah, something like that. And then so Pet Shop Boys did Alternative, which was their first.
I
B-sides
used to have
album.
Alternative. I don't have it anymore, but I do have it.
And the other one was Talk Talk.
Well, actually, Talk hated that album, but being the world's biggest Talk fan, I do have everything they've ever done, including the Spanish bootleg and stuff like that.
Actually singing in Spanish?
No, they're not. No, actually,
okay.
the recording's not great on it either. But I mean, I love all Talks.
I'd love to hear them in Spanish, like how Gabriel did the German album. That'd be great. So.
Well, the Gabriel, yeah.
But I know Talk got me into weird stuff when, the last 3 albums, which really introduced me to experimental music. Thank you very much. And, I would say that I don't want to make music like Talk. And actually there's a band out there now that are actually doing Talk stuff, and they sound very much like them, called something Trees. I did an interview with the guy.
Gwen Stefani did that awful cover.
Oh no, I thought it was all right,
terrible.
actually. Yeah, no, I thought it was all right. I mean, he allowed Mark Hollis to buy a house.
Boom.
There we go.
Yeah, I did a cover. I just simply put a bag over my head.
Oh, I love your T-shirt, Ken.
You're very welcome.
I love that T-shirt.
I am childish.
My nephew sent me a birthday card with that on it, and it's the first time I've seen
there you
it.
go.
It's just,
That's superb.
I like T-shirts that speak to me,
Oh,
or
God.
speak of me, even.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, tell the world.
Electronic sound, how was that?
Did you see the new electronic sound?
I
t-shirt
did.
And I pinged Ollie Frick because I said,
Ooh.
have you done the new electronic sound T-shirt? And he said, no. What's that? And I showed him. He says, oh, it does look very similar to the stuff that I've done. But then he did turn around and say, actually, electronic sound did something very similar to what he did before he started doing what
No,
he
I didn't.
He had no idea.
I just thought it was a bit pricey at 18 quid. Actually,
Ooh.
15 I would have bought it. I know that's only 3 quid.
My
but-
Beach Ollie
Squibbling
shirt
for
was
3
20.
quid.
I know,
Years
but
ago.
I just felt. I mean, I don't pay. I won't pay 20, 25 quid for a T-shirt.
No, me
This is
neither.
something special. So 18 quid was borderline for me, and it's not like I need another T-shirt really. I know.
I do. I can't get into half of mine these days.
Well, especially the T-shirts they sell at most shows, the horrible quality T-shirts.
Yeah.
They very rarely sell my size.
Well, I always buy extra large. Oh, I can get in a large, but I don't like a T-shirt that's too tight. It shows off my man boobs.
Well, I thought
Yeah.
Fiona was wearing my Suck on These Notes T-shirt.
didn't. Oh, did she really? Oh.
It turns out she bought her own.
I think mine was just come out of the wash.
Well, Matt's just told me there's a firmware update for the Hydrosynth.
It's been and gone. That was
Careful.
ages ago.
No.
What?
Yeah, it was ages ago. I did it. It's 2.0, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, it must be another one.
It's
No, somebody-
2.0.01.
Hey,
2.
Is it?
No
Somebody-
idea. Don't listen to me.
somebody did a video this week. Was it Gear for Music? Was it
2.0.1. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
so
they
there
did
is.
do it. Yeah, they did do one, Ian.
Yeah,
Well, my
I saw a
updated-
bit of that. So, but I thought it was just. I thought it was the old one that was back in February, March time.
But it's only for the deluxe.
Did they add Dire Straits presets to it?
Oh, Andy, give it a bloody rest.
I had to do one more time. Sorry.
One more time.
It's only for the deluxe, so what affect
Only-
me?
yeah, everything
We
else is
forgive you 'cause we
2.0.
Well,
love you so
maybe it will its MIDI will connect to Cubase when you fire it up
Oh, that'd be
every
an
time. That would be good, wouldn't it? Let's have a look.
Daleks.
Alex, you're getting
I've
down.
only just turned it on.
Oh, it's gone now.
What?
Maybe it was just clipping. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it's
No,
there.
it's not. There,
It's
it's
there.
Oh, it is
Back
there, is
again.
it?
It's
Oh,
there.
holy mother of pearl. I'm really enjoying this Mac.
Problem in chair, not in computer.
And no dollar.
No.
That's good.
No. Problem is fucking Mac. Or
I
combination.
don't need to worry about doing the update then because I can't. haven't got to look.
Well,
Right,
I've
hang on
got
a
a
sec.
Mac.
Right, hang on a sec.
Find a-
Right, that's a little Mac box.
That's a little Mac box
Yeah.
I've got on Saturday. And a little keyboard box.
Oh,
Hmm.
And a little mouse box.
And the mouse, is it a magic
is
mouse?
it a tracker
Yes,
pad?
it is.
That's
Is-
fun.
sorry, no, I
Magic
haven't got
Mouse 1 is easier to charge. Magic Mouse 2 is that stupid angle connector. Oh, I hate what they did with that.
Mine just runs on normal batteries, my magic
one of
mouse.
those,
Oh.
Andy.
Yeah, that thing sticks out of the bottom,
Oh,
see?
no.
So you
Oh,
can't use it
yeah.
while it's charging.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
know.
bit daft.
I
Isn't it?
hate that design.
Yeah, mine just takes normal batteries.
Yeah.
Well,
But
Magic
the-
Mouse 1 has
yeah.
normal batteries, yeah.
Yeah,
I can't
the
find my
connector
old
on the batteries don't always stay in properly, so you have to use a bit of paper to hold them in
Yeah.
place. You know, which is bloody
Or you
annoying.
can put NIMS in the Magic Mouse 1.
Yeah.
Right, lovely people, I'm going to go to bed now. It's the witching hour hath arrived, pretty much.
So is this an Ian or is this a
I'm a
semi-Ian?
bugger. It's definitely no, it's a proper Ian.
Proper Ian.
Full on.
No
full on
semis
Ian.
here.
No semis Ian.
I'm going to
I'll be
go.
shortly following you, Andy. Actually.
Really?
Yes.
He's doing a
Right.
semi-Fredo.
I'm glad I've changed the sheets. Right.
Just go away, you.
Well, you set them up, I'll knock them down.
I
you know. Right, okay. Wait.
All right.
My little lovelies, everyone in the chat. See you soon. Well, I'll see you
you
around.
tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
See you,
at
no,
PSN.
PSN tomorrow.
Later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
take care,
Yeah.
folks.
See you later, babe.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
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 What a wanker. I'll get it in
Yeah.
before you, Robbie.
Yeah.
I haven't got me Dubry, have I?
What a wanker.
I can't find anything that says exactly what that hydrogen update is.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, that's weird.
Oh shit! What's the time?
So, I presume we've all lost money on Kent's tile game, haven't we?
Because
He's got a full wall.
I don't bet. I don't bet. I only bet on certainties.
I think now the wall will come down before the tiles do. Okay, let's have a look, see what we've got here.
Robbie, any chance of a bit of Rick Wakeman while you've got the DX up and one of the keyboards on the other side?
If I could play like Rick Wakeman, I wouldn't be sat here.
Well, you can at least swear like him.
Where would you be sat?
Over there.
You've got perfect setup now, haven't you?
Oh, I don't know about that.
That's interesting.
I think that needs to go on the other side, Robbie, and your right hand on the DX, isn't it?
Sounds all right. Da, 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 da. I had to learn that recently. I've never bothered playing it before.
Watch out.
Yeah.
I had the
I
shit
don't
music
tend to play.
Did you learn the solo part, though? That one's a little more challenging.
Well, the band never came off in the end, so I started working on it, but no, I didn't. It was a bit more challenging. I agree. But I only learn songs if I'm going to be playing them live. So I don't have any party pieces.
What language is that? Invalid file? What?
Oh God, no, Robbie, stop! I hate that flipping DX piano sound.
Yeah, but
Clitoris patch.
Yeah, I mean, it's even on the bloody Op 6.
I mean, it's one of the few people ever used because they couldn't program it.
Yeah.
Matt Evans, if that was the opening track to White Rock, then yeah, absolutely brilliant. Can you do that, Ken?
What's that done?
Well, Matt says you apparently used to do a good White Rock, which is the Rick Wakeman album.
Did I?
I don't know. That's what Matt says. Unless there's some humour in there that we haven't
Could be. I don't remember doing White Rock. Well, there was that opening bit, wasn't it, with all the portamento going on?
Yeah, that's my favourite track on the album, but it was.
It's the only bit of the track I can remember. What the hell is... Go away.
Who misses?
How many store presets on there, Robbie?
There are 64 voices.
Okay.
9 of them. Yeah, 64 voices, 64 performances.
Did you buy? Is there a cartridge for that? Does that guy make one?
Well, there were cartridges that came with it. There's two voice bank cartridges and one performance bank cartridge, but I've got the H card ones in here.
Right. Yeah.
Update that. Sweet data.
One of these days I'll remember where.
Oh, here we go. Update error failed. Failed to open USB device. Oh, fuck, it hasn't fixed that yet then.
It should have a replica preset from the Beat It that DX7 had, the Synclavier patch. I don't know what it's called.
Well, that was
You had-
Claudia.
No, there's an actual patch that was on FM7 as well as the DX7 that sounds a lot like the Synclavier Beat It patch. Obviously, it's not the same, but it's close. I figured you might have that on there because it would probably sound better.
Probably have some.
Are you kidding me or what? What is it? Unbelievable.
Don't tell me it's Brick's year. Deluxe.
No, one minute it says the file's corrupt, then it says doesn't recognise the file. Then it says can't open USB to Hydrosynth. Really?
Guys, bells.
Them bells.
That's actually a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
Let's try again. No, failed to open USB device. Jesus Christ on a bike. Okay, restart. If in doubt, fuck it off.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Theoretically, that's racist.
Yeah, it's get cancelled for that one there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, it's a piece of music.
I know. Nobody said it made any fucking sense.
Just like they can't play the "We Are Siamese, if you please" anymore.
Really? No, come on. We say, miss, if you
don't, please.
I love that song.
It goes way beyond cultural appropriation. It's
It's
pretty
getting into the stupid, silly shit end.
It's dodgy, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there's the DAT file. Click on it. Yes. There's the hydrosynth right in fucking front of you. Oh, you wank on a stick! Okay.
Just leave it alone. Step away from it.
Yeah. Come back to it tomorrow.
Oh, but I want to.
It's not that big a deal as an upgrade anyway.
when all else fails, reboot.
It's done that.
Already done that.
Did you reboot 3 times?
Yeah, Matt's going. Should have kept quiet. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you count to 30? You know, turn it off and count to 30.
Yeah. DX2 days, that is, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, I'm going. I'm going to do it. It might be a semi.
Hello. Steady.
I might be coming back. Or maybe not.
Well, don't stand up if it's a semi. So
I was going to show Ian what I just spent 400 quid on.
What, now?
No. When you mentioned it.
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's worth it, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, it is actually. I know.
Yeah.
And I've only got I haven't got I can't afford the 400 quid version. I've only got the ones on the iPad, but they're good enough.
It's funny because I did like an octave jump, and it went sort of like, and you could hear the finger going up the string.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, that's a bit sharp. And you go into the settings, and you can reduce the amount of resin on the string.
I know.
It's like, fuck off. So I got like a bit more resin on it, and it was like, yeah, that sounds right.
which plugin is that?
It's
Swam.
Oh, Swam stuff's great. Yeah.
It's
The post
brilliant.
of Swim,
Yeah.
Yes.
weirdly.
It's like Shat. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But it's my fault because I mentioned it.
Swam's great.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It is.
I was talking to Ty about it.
app they have for the iPad as well. The individual
Has
brass
Ty not
apps
got
and
it?
stuff.
Oh, for God's sake. Right, goodbye. Be gone.
Has Ty not got it then?
No,
Does
it
he-
said cannot open USB device.
Yeah.
And I know it's connected because it goes boom, 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 boom. Or the other way around.
Right, I'm ready. I'm going this time. See you.
Right, all ready.
If I don't see you later, I'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
I
Indeed.
might see you later.
See you later.
See you later,
Indeed.
guys.
You never know.
Bye.
I like to keep you in suspense. That's what it is.
Will he, won't he?
Yeah. What a wanker.
Actually, I've lost my fart machine. It's not here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's
You'll
down
just have
there.
to supply your own.
Yeah, for some reason, it's under the 80. Well, after those curry trips, it shouldn't be too much trouble. Here we are.
Well, don't make a mess in there now.
Oh, no. I'm not going to do that. This took too long to put together. Does that work?
Oh, dear me.
Oh, apparently not. Oh dear, never mind.
I reminded of this. I can't remember the name of the damn movie or who the actor was. It's a British movie with this heavyset kind of wacky guy, always talking about curry and chips, and he's always trying to hit up these ladies, asking if they fancy a folk. And there's those 2 biggest lines in the movie about curry and chips and fancy a folk. It's very
No,
funny.
don't know that one.
I don't either. I wish I could remember.
There we go, it's working now. Cool. Right, let's see. See if it finds the Hydra. You never know. Now what? No, fuck off. It's perfectly okay. Stop whinging. Fucking computer. Oh, mate. So, where'd the bloody week go?
That way.
Didn't it? God, I thought it was like Wednesday this morning. It was
Isn't age wonderful?
the weeks seem to be getting faster. It's most worrying.
I know, it's crazy. Never understood that as a kid, and like, oh, I get it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a kid, it just goes on forever. God, this day's never gonna end. Yeah. God.
Yeah, I can remember those heady days. Alright, let's try that.
Got my laser procedure on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently it's very quick. You
You
just go
with-
in.
Your appointment with Dr. No.
Yeah. No, Mr. Bond's special to die. No, I've got to have this thing on this eye because I've got
Oh, yeah.
glaucoma. Apparently there's a bit of a pressure build up there, which is obviously what glaucoma is, but it's early stages, so instead of giving me medication, they zap a part of the eye that helps drain the fluid away.
Oh, okay.
And that should give me another 5 years before I have to have anything done to it again.
Who's got the water sound effects?
That's the trains going
That was a
past.
train.
Is there? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
That was the 2140, probably 50 now, London
Wow.
Euston to Watford Junction.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting over the line.
And you hear the sort of electronic sound, I presume the rails must become live. Well, they obviously become live, don't they?
It gives up a lot of EF radiation.
Yeah.
What are they running up there? Is it overhead or DC?
No.
third?
No, it's the third rail or whatever
Third
it's
rail,
called. Yeah.
Really? It's right there.
You're doing the
Probably.
tie effect with the red lighting.
What here?
Yeah, you have to start swearing now.
Oh, I don't know. It's actually going to be orange, but never mind.
Yeah, it's a little bit orange actually. Yeah, if you look at it carefully.
It
I
hasn't-
can't believe we still run DC third rails in this country.
Well,
I mean, they never do it here. They never put overhead because this is the local line, if you like,
Yeah.
that stops at every station on the way down. It was never built with overhead. It was always been third rail. So
Yeah.
I would imagine the next evolution will be literally battery trains, if you like.
Wasn't there a hydrogen one as well that they're testing? Sure there was.
Oh, damn, I got to run an errand. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Oh, babe.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later.
See you, Andy.
Yeah, I've got to run in a minute. Just going to get my daughter.
Where's Mr. Long Ones today?
I think he's been quite busy this week.
We said something about he had a lot of meetings.
Well, he's going to be maybe joining us from the studio rather than his home tomorrow.
Oh yeah, he said that on Tuesday. So he show off the new place. It is rather nice, I must admit. Let's see if he's about. Where is he? There he is. See what occurs. Because he did ask me if there was going to be one tonight. And I said, I really don't know. Depends if I can get up the stairs. So I risked it, and my feet aren't grey, so I'm assuming everything went well.
I've got 35 and a quarter inch discs turning up tomorrow.
Ooh.
Should be enough to keep me going.
That'll make your car stop. Good brakes, mate. No, I can't believe it. Fiona's making the stairs and the landing into a starship corridor.
Okay.
That's her design for it.
Okay.
Yep, she wants it to look like the Nostromo. A bit, well, before the alien decorations, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's going to be, mind you, some of her painting. It's not far off it. So. Oh well. She's never been really let loose before, so. Well, her parents were her mum was quite strict about decorating choices for her bedroom. And the flat she was in, she wasn't allowed to decorate it at all. And it's, that rented environment.
Yes.
So this is, has been her first time to be let off the leash, and she's, pretty off the leash.
Pent up, that's what it is.
Well, do you know what, Matt? It was like the Event Horizon, because there was this horrible nail sticking out of one of the stairs, and I tore the bottom of my foot open, and there was clarent everywhere. It's like, mate. So, yeah, it just wasn't floating in the air. Yeah, no, the Nostromo wasn't that much better off, was it, in the end? But, yeah. So, mind you, the lighting she's got out there would be more like the Enterprise. It's really bright. Lens flare everywhere.
All the better to see her naked silhouette in.
Yeah. I'm actually Facebook friends with one of the guys that helped design the Event Horizon.
Yeah.
It's really big. I mean, really big.
Mm.
It's such a large model. But they painted the back of it black because they wanted it, when on camera, to look... It would make it look even longer than the model actually was. So sort of like some sort of illusionary lighting effect. But, yeah. But it's still pretty big. So... He's done a lot of special effects. Oh, Richard Flay. Nice guy. Oh, he's always sending me those, like sometimes I get those photographs of behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a great picture today.
Go on.
It was a picture of Richard Donner, the film director, when he was making the first Superman film.
All right.
And the bit in the film where the meteorite hits, and carves that long groove, and then it kind of breaks open, and then little super babies inside. And he does something, doesn't he? He kind of makes a motion. Well, this picture was taken from behind where Richard Donner was stood, facing this little child, and he's doing all this to try and get the kid to do it. And in the distance, you can see, Superman's, parents by their truck, because obviously they've pulled up to see the meteorite. So it's just kind of this behind the scenes shot of the director directing this little kid sat in a big glowing meteorite that's carved a massive great groove in the ground. And apparently Richard Donner loved that picture so much it hung above his desk at home until he passed away.
Oh.
It was quite an interesting,
because I can't even remember what picture did I use for the show tonight. Was it the Back to the Future one?
Yeah.
Filming the
train.
Yeah, the train, yeah. Because the other one he sent me was the one of, I think it was I think it was his uncle or something like that anyway, working on the, putting the head onto the Martian machine. You can see with because he said the neck was literally clockwork. So he wound it up and then action, and then the thing would be doing all this business.
Oh, cool.
On wires,
Right, I've got to go and get my daughter, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh dear.
I'll see you soon.
Indeed. Go on then, Keith. Give us a hardware jam. You got all the gear there.
And absolutely nothing
Come
switched
on, and go.
and it'll have to be a cappella or something. If I
Yeah.
No, nothing switched on at all. So no, honestly, nothing. There's not a glowing light anywhere. I know.
How often? How much time do you get to spend in the actual, in anger, as it were, using the gear?
Well, it really varies on what YouTube's about to watch, or and then having a puppy, 10, 11-week-old puppy downstairs
No.
is there's a bit of a it's not it sounds unkind, but it's a bit of a bind if you wanted to come up and play. So I tend to spend an awful lot of time downstairs with the puppy.
Yeah.
Because she's spent 3 days coming out of her shell. Now she's out of her shell. She's just running up and down the house and the garden like an absolute loony. And we're just waiting for the other dogs now to start playing with her. Because they're all sitting on chairs looking down at her going, what's that? And, you know, things like that. So it's put a lot of noses out of joint. And, you know, I'm sure you've gone through the same when you've introduced dogs into your pack.
Yeah, Charlie came in late and there was a lot of... There wasn't aggression as such. Well, Nelly would perhaps show her teeth to him now and again, say, no, this is my mum.
Yeah.
You go over there, sort of thing. But nothing very traumatic. But he was so himself, like the puppy, very initiative. You know, they weren't engaging at all. No. So they all had time to get used to him, and he got used to them, and then very slowly he.
Yeah, so it's
got over it.
Yeah, that they're slowly coming round to. You know, it's something. You know, they always played amongst themselves before. We got the puppy and things like that, and so this time they've all regressed to. Well, it's been 7.5 years since we've had a puppy, so they've all forgotten what it was like. And the last puppy's now 7.5, and forgot she was a puppy, sort of thing. So you know, it's
the whole training thing has to start all over again.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you find it though it's easier to train a puppy when you have older dogs in the pack as well? Because even the older dogs are sort of like steering the puppy across a certain way.
Depends what you want to train them to do and how you do it.
Well, I mean, like general around the house stuff. So, you know, it's like with Nelly, she wanted to sort of explain to Charlie what he could and couldn't do around the house. So if he did something that was actually he didn't know at the time was frowned on, Nelly would put him straight on it and sort of like growl and push him out of the way, sort of thing.
I don't know really. I mean, I don't think, you know, the only thing really here the dogs don't do is get upstairs.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, I don't know. I just said anything goes, really. You know, the dogs just get on with life, sort of thing. So
yeah.
You know, the real hard and fast rule is you don't make a run for the front door if someone opens it. And you know, it's not as if we just open the door and expect them all to not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, all the older dogs will just sort of go, open the front door and going out, and we're not going out, sort of thing. So they don't. You know, they don't make a dash for the door. You know, the puppy will, sort of thing. But just little things like that, really.
If anything, here it was the other way round. They all taught Charlie to howl and go mental when the doorbell went.
Oh.
He wouldn't do it. He never did it before when we first got him. Yeah. But it didn't take long before he was joining in. It was like, oh God, Nelly, shut the fuck up, will you?
Well, no, because it's sort of interesting. What was it the other day? Having the ginger dog, who's not a husky. It was early one morning, and it was a bit weekend because it would only be about between 7 and 8 o'clock, but we hadn't got up, as opposed to the normal 6 o'clock get up. They decided to set off a howl, and he just barked. That was his input to them howling.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. I just found it really interesting because the dogs, normally wouldn't do it when we're here, but they obviously forgot that we're upstairs in bed. So,
yeah,
we know they howl, but I mean, you can't train them out of it. Simple as that. So.
Yeah, Lord knows we've tried. Like Matt's saying, like when people come to the house, they've really got to protect themselves because Nelly will just get them straight in the nuts every time. Yeah. She never jumps fully up. It's sort of like almost up. And just gets them straight in the pack.
Yeah. Well, that's the one thing. One thing we never get is visitors. Never. We sort of, we haven't got any family. Well, we've got a mother-in-law between us.
Yeah.
But I
don't think we've even got that. This is just clients. But the thing about it is that it will nearly always be somebody new, And because it's somebody new, it's like, oh, this needs, full investigation, And Nellie's she just gets so excited,
Yeah.
She gets stupid. So, not that you can hear yourself think while the other ones are whining and barking in the background anyway.
Yeah.
But we tried everything. I've tried absolutely everything. Never been able to break it with her.
How about a padded apron that you offer your guests before they open the door?
Yeah, I do warn them.
Would you put this on, please? Yes.
Yeah, and I do warn them. I said, look, be careful, because Nellie gets very, very excited, and they go, oh, it's all right, I'm used to dogs. No, it's all right, it's cool like that. And then open the door, Nellie comes bolting through, and it's sort of like, oh, I didn't know she was going to be like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, psychopath with a tail. Yeah. Just gets so excited. Her ass is going to go flying off one day, because she wags her ass because she's wagging her tail so hard.
Yeah.
The whole back end is going like this. It's mad. But give it 6 minutes. Everybody's fine.
Yeah.
They're all done. Over and done with.
Yeah.
Hey. Tom and Dave.
Hello.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's the cat side of the cat side of the tribe.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, where'd she go? She's around.
Mind you got dogs as well, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, I got a little bit of everything. Kids, dogs, cats.
Wow.
Where's your husky, Dave? Haven't seen.
Yeah, she's afraid. They're afraid to come in the studio. Cleo guards it pretty well. She doesn't want anybody in here.
It's all those weird noises you make for doing your jams, your hardware jams.
I have to edit out some of the colorful language. Me and Cleo fight a lot. We fight. We get mad at each other, but we always make up. She's very.
Yeah. She has competition for your attention and space.
Yeah, no, it's very serious.
Yeah.
It's very serious. That's okay. It's nice to be loved. Oh, again, it's a thunder. Nice.
Charlie's only a real pain in the ass when I'm eating something. Rest of the time, you wouldn't know. You'd be comatose on the settee somewhere.
Yeah, my dogs are getting a little prissy. They don't want to go outside when it's wet or raining. And they're trying to use the bathroom in the house.
Yeah.
It's not pretty. I was pretty mad about that today. Now it's gonna rain again. I made him sit outside while today. I was like, I let the one dog in because she doesn't have that problem. I was like, you two. They're like trying to walk in with her. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
You two. I'm staying outside.
Yeah. I don't have that problem with Charlie. If it's raining outside, he could not give the slightest crap. And Nellie just loves water all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're young too. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. You gotta catch them too. That's the tricky part. If you don't catch them, it gets a little hard. Like I try to wipe the pee up and I kind of put it on their nose and I walk it outside.
Yeah.
It kind of works.
Mm.
But I don't know. Just it'll all work out.
So where is Cleo today?
Well, she was here. Well, here comes Roro. You want to come up? You want to say hi, Roro? No? Here. Come here. Come here. Where you go?
Yeah. Get him while you can.
Here's a cat.
Yay!
Not the one we want, but that's Roro.
Oh, yeah, looks like my old.
Yeah, she's sweet.
My old tab. Yeah.
Yeah, she's just. She checks in a little bit now. Cleo lets her in. She's the only one.
Oh, okay.
She behaves. Yeah, she's nice.
Knows her place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bless.
She's like, no, I'm not trying to take over the world. And by doing that, she's slowly taking over the world. She's kind of. Yeah, she gets along with the dogs, everybody.
Well, I still don't know what's making this Dalek thing happen every 2 hours.
No, really? You haven't figured that out?
Got no idea what's doing it. None at all. I mean, that Focusrite's almost like a completely different beast when you connect it up to the Mac as opposed to the PC. Suddenly, everything acts differently.
So weird. So weird.
Yeah. Don't know what it is.
I don't know. I'm always just mystified. Like I got that M-Tron Pro, and I got the SEM, the mono SEM, and the SEM installed perfectly. The M-Tron installed, and then I'm like, get the SEM perfect. And,
Wow.
I sent him a little ticket. I'm sure it just happens. I mean, the software's weird like that. When it works, it's brilliant. And then sometimes it just...
Yeah. I get the feeling this silicon's still got a bit, a little way to go yet before it's happy.
Yeah.
It could be like what happened with the Korg Oasis, where the M2s, they've got everything sorted out now, so they've released the M2. We'll sort out silicon later. Yeah, the M1s, they can wait.
Yeah, it could be anything in the chain. That's what gets so frustrating with it. But I don't know.
No, I'll say silicon is absolutely fine. Come around here, you change your mind, mate. I tell you, I've been having nothing but bloody trouble with it.
That's why I like to have my backup hardware. So I kind of have I feel like I have the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
So I can always record on my Zoom, but I've been really working the computer stuff. That little Q Nexus is pretty cool. The version I got has an arpeggiator. And
It just reminded me.
Sequencer. It actually has. They put some pretty cool features, and it's a little bit hard at first it's not real intuitive at first, but if you just kind of take your time, it's not that complicated. Just a couple of quick shift commands. I guess the point is, if you change your setup a lot, it's a nightmare. But if you just stick to one setup, you kind of remember it. So yeah, I like it. I haven't really used the Hydra much yet, but I'm okay with that. I like it. It's kind of sitting in the corner now, not really competing with all the other gear.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little weird, isn't it? Hello, fruit bat. You come up then.
Are you hungry? Is that the problem? Hold on, let me give you some.
Hello, baby. Well, at least the sound is getting better in here slowly. But I still have software that every time you fire up the computer, the software's not there anymore and you've got to install it again, i.e. the camera software.
Oh.
Every time I have to reinstall this, so the panel comes up so I can operate the camera. Don't know why. Don't know what that's all about.
I don't know either. Yeah, I have I tried to use the second camera, but it's just too obnoxious. But yes, I don't know. Sometimes things kind of just disconnect, and I don't really understand why. I really don't have that much patience for that stuff. I'm trying to learn to have more patience.
I must admit, the Mac stuff seems to be a bit more critical on the type and the amount of USB cables you're using at any one time. As opposed, the PC didn't seem to give a shit, really. But the Mac seems to be a little bit more sort of like, oh no, not that cable, can you try another one? And go, oh yeah, the noise has gone now, cool. So, but the other thing it does now, for the last 2 weeks now, when you turn it on, you get that sort of like that musical announcement. Da. Doesn't do that anymore. Stopped doing that 2 weeks ago. Yeah. No idea. I haven't touched anything because I really don't know what to touch, so I'm not really trying to touch anything. But that's disappeared. Doesn't do it.
It's weird. It's like the interface or something isn't connected yet. It's just not coming through yet.
Yeah, it's just mad. I don't know what's going on. So,
You know, it makes you not want to change anything, but
see, like I'm starting to get slight crackles again. Apparently.
it's so crazy.
So
And it's not like it's not like problem solving isn't something you do on a daily basis.
I know.
It's not like whenever.
I mean, I
whenever-
did. I did for a while think, maybe it's SteamYard. Maybe the way SteamYard's operating.
Mhm.
But I talked to somebody via Zoom, somebody via Skype, and did exactly the same thing. But after a certain amount of time.
Grace Griffin said it's likely to be a mismatch between your what's the word, your rates, your
Oh, right.
and you know, it's a mismatch between 44, 48 or whatever it is, 40.
Yeah.
Somewhere down the line, it's that, and what happens is it starts off okay, but then because that whatever difference it is, it starts to accumulate, and that's, you know, that eventually when you start your crackles and things like that, it doesn't mean jack shit to me because I really don't understand about.
Yeah. Well, because I've got the audio panel here, and every single thing is set to 48. Every single thing. Weirdly. So.
But have you gone back to your original setup, or have you?
No,
I
I simplified it down, but still using the Mac as the primary.
Yeah.
I'm reluctant to start using Cubase or anything actually on the Mac yet. I need something a little bit more solid to work on before I start proceeding any further with it, if you see what I mean. Because if I go on with it, a problem could occur, and I go, well, was it something I just did, or is it something that was always there? And it's sort of like, so you have to look at everything, so it's best not to do too much at this stage. Because there's still, there's 2 or 3 niggly little things that it does, and I can't seem to stop it from doing it. So, but there's always updates available for this. You never know, one of them might actually cure something. I think there's an update due tonight as well. So, you never know, it might be something.
I guess there's really no way to analyze it. It's not like you can put something.
Yeah, but you see, because it's a Mac OS, I'm floundering in the dark anyway. If it was Windows, I'll know where to go, I know where to look, I know what to fiddle with and stuff. But this is all like, I don't know half of the stuff that's going on, which doesn't help at all. Somebody could come in and go, oh, look, this, there you are. Oh, thanks, I didn't know they were there, though.
Yeah.
You look online, and that's a rabbit hole in its own event, because people start talking about different things, and talking about, oh, no, you want to do this, and this, and this, and it's not actually the original problem you were looking at, and stuff like that. So the threads go off at weird tangents.
And if you don't have the same setup, which you almost never do,
No.
or the same versions, or the same of this, and it's like,
Yeah.
I know, it's kind of...
Yeah. Well, especially if it's hardware that's connected to it. Nobody's going to have exactly the same system, sort of thing. It could be something like, yeah, but you're using an Osbot camera with a Focusrite interface. See, that's a bit of a no-no on this operating system. I wouldn't know.
No.
And nobody else would. So it's just trial and error at the moment. But it's more error than trial.
It reminds me, I was trying to... I took the Continue Mini, and then I didn't realize the Continue Mini had you need a USB host. So basically, I wanted to take the little Q Nexus,
Yeah.
play all 8 voices in Poly Aftertouch on the Continue Mini. So I was like, well, that should be easy, right? I'm just going to MIDI into the to the Continue Mini, right? Until you realize that the one USB is power and MIDI on the continued Mini, and it comes out as a, just a 2.0 USB. So you have to have a MIDI host.
Yeah.
Right? I did all this research, and you get on Hawkins' thing, and they're like, well, the Kenton works. Some other ones work intermittently. It's real wishy-washy. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to get the
OBS bot, yeah.
So anyways, I got on there, put the Kenton thing, tried it, got it, it worked for a second, started freezing, unplugged it, did it again, started glitching, and then I pretty much realized I'm pretty sure it was the Hawken, and it just doesn't work. It just, their MIDI or whatever they've got going on with that, the way they set it up, it sucks, right? And
yeah, well,
I thought it might be the Q Nexus, but I don't think so. The Q Nexus is rock solid with everything. But the point was just it just doesn't work. That those three together, and I sat there and thought, well, I could try to problem solve this, but I mean, the MIDI host is just a box. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, I don't even know. I guess you can try to program it. It's the whole thing is just. I was like, oh my god.
Well, like I have said before, I mean, when we did the touch digital controllers, which is 12 years ago this week, we launched. God, seems like a lifetime ago. But it does this thing where when you change settings on the GUI of the synths, if the lights update in the GUI, the lights update on the controller, because there's what they call bidirectional communication across MIDI that Mac didn't have. So if you had the same controller but you were using the Mac version of the software, the lights wouldn't update because that is just not turned on in the Mac's MIDI. I talked to John Price at Kenton. He said, yeah, loads and loads of protocols within MIDI that are turned on and available in Windows MIDI is not in Mac MIDI. It's just not there. It's like, no, you're not having that or that or that or that. And it's to keep the illusion that Macs are more stable than PCs.
Yeah.
And it worked. If it can't do something, it can't fall over on it.
Well, and I think, with that's why, even though I believe MIDI 2.0, I'm sure it'll be great. But the point, the MIDI DIN or whatever, the classic 5-pin, it works. On most of that stuff, if you just set it up, once you get it working, it's just like, don't mess with it. Don't try to don't start adding those USB MIDIs in it. Just don't do it. Because for some reason, I don't understand it. I just know that it, when I get something that works, because everyone was like, well, you use the drum machine as your clock. I'm like, all I know is the drum root impact. It's MIDI send data, whatever, the clock, whatever it's sending. When I take it into the splitter, out of the splitter, it clocks everything tight, perfectly. And they're like, well, why don't you try this way? No way. It's like, it works. I am not messing with it. And part of it, maybe I simplified it with just the clock data. But all that stuff, I don't know. It sucks when it doesn't work. I guess that's the point. It's just,
to answer Steve Elbow's question there, at least 11 years ago anyway, Mac OS didn't do bidirectional communication on the same MIDI port. It might do it now. I haven't got a touch digital controller handy to try it out. But it didn't do it then.
Yeah.
But on a PC you could have bidirectional communication in both directions on the same MIDI channel on the same plug. And we didn't know this until the bloody thing was built. Yeah, on the USB MIDI, yeah. And yeah, it was a real pain in the butt. We were hoping there might be some sort of software way, some software update that maybe GeForce might do where it would be able to do it. And they got back to us and said, no, there ain't. It's just not available on Mac. Tough shit. basically. So they may have changed that, but definitely 11 years ago wasn't doing it. And of course, we had to inform customers immediately before they've even bought the thing. Oh, if you've got a Mac, you're not going to get this function. And they're like, oh, really? Yeah, so mate, it's not our fault. Trust us. So, mind you, Richard did the marketing. We said, I use a PC when I'm using it because it looks better. Yeah, okay. You still got to explain to people afterwards. Do you have a Mac or a PC? And they go, a Mac. Ah, well, you see.
People always mock that which they don't understand.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they now go for about 5k. Well, it went about 5,200 the last one went for, so must have been doing something right. For a fucking empty box. Makes teenage engineering look almost economical. Fuck me. Oh, Noah's going to the vet tomorrow.
Oh.
Well, he's very bad front leg.
Mm-hmm.
He now has a very bad back leg.
Oh, yeah, you said.
On the opposite side. So now he doesn't hop. He's sort of like little jumps sort of thing almost. So these 2 feet don't have to touch the ground. It's very weird. But it turns out that he might be a lot older than the rescue centre speculated he was. By quite a few years, because he appears to be going... dogs go through this 6 months of old age.
Oh.
They look the same, and then over a period of just a couple of months, they suddenly look very, very old. And grey and everything.
My wife.
Well, the last 2 weeks, Richard was round here today and he goes, God, doesn't Noah look old? I went, oh, you noticed as well? Because we noticed it slowly. But other people are going, God,
well, yeah, you see him every day, don't you? So.
Yeah. Well, the white bit that he used to have is now right across the top of his head.
Oh, right.
You literally got, how can this monitor go into sleep mode and I'm sitting here using it? For fuck's sake. Thank you. You just get blank. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that.
Is that Richard Lawson?
Yeah.
How is he?
Yeah. Okay. Ticking over as best he can.
No, at least he's
in the current climate. So, but like I said to him, I said, this analog stuff, it's becoming the, vintage analog. It's becoming the, the purview of the affluent. It's not really for musicians anymore, I don't think. It's too expensive. And it's too troublesome to be, of any use to any workflow. So, and let's face it, we do the show every week and there's more stuff out. And it's ridiculously cheap. More stuff out, ridiculously cheap. So why would you even bother, really?
There's no reason to.
No.
It's like, get a mini freak, man.
I really hate to say this, but I know the Jupiter 8 inside out, right? It ain't all that. It looks pretty, and there's a lot of dick stroking and a lot of, if I could only be hit in the face with a Jupiter 8, it's a dick flag. Ooh, look what I own. That's all. As far as the sound goes, it's done. It's sorted. You can go out and pay 200 quid and get something that sounds like a Jupiter 8. It's not an issue.
Well,
yeah, but it's a classic car syndrome.
Yeah, well, yes, but it's gone beyond that now.
But at least the classic car has got like a specific engine, and you could almost argue it's more unique than.
If you're a working musician, you do not spend £28,000 on a fucking Jupiter 8.
Yeah, not unless you got some. Yeah, why would you do that?
And even then, Well,
I remember. I was using the G4 Sem last night, and it sounds so good. and they added the extra stuff, the extra VC. And I was just sitting there thinking to myself, I don't even want that stupid Sim reissue anymore. That box, first thing, it's kind of clunky looking. It's huge, and God knows what people are trying to get $2,000 for them now. It's just like, for what?
Yeah.
For what?
We see what comes in now is either stuff that is already quite well preserved and immaculate and needs very little work done to it, and it's going on to people who are not musicians.
Yeah.
Investors, hedge fund managers,
it's like
bank
the art
managers.
world, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. It's
Isn't
not
it weird?
and it's not going into the musical circles anymore, you know.
Yeah.
And
Well, in a way, that's a good thing, because it then would, cleanse the palate, so to speak, and everyone can't buy a Jupiter, and then we'll realise that actually I don't need to buy a Jupiter, because that plug-in or that reissue,
yeah,
which is vastly cheaper,
Well,
does the same,
essentially-
if not more.
yeah, but it essentially kills my business because
Well,
they're not using them. They're not turning them on. They're
Yeah.
putting them into flight cases and they're putting
Yeah.
into temperature-controlled storerooms
Mm.
until such time they think it's amassed enough money, and then flog it.
But the thing is, you look at the stuff that's around me. The stuff that I've got around me is mostly, not all of it, but mostly is stuff that I refer back to this classic car thing. We buy the machines that we used to have on posters on our walls as kids. We
Yeah,
buy the machines that our dad had.
yeah,
I mean, I would, if somebody offered me the opportunity to buy a Cortina Mark III GXL, I would bite their hands off if I could, because that's the car my dad had, and I absolutely adored that car. But I look at the DX stuff and all of that Yamaha stuff. I lusted after that as a teenager.
yeah,
Now I can afford to buy it, but I also understand that there is a cost of ownership there that will never be returned. It will always be digging into my wallet or my bank account
yeah.
until such a point as I go, enough, no more. And I do, just revert back to the plugins and being in.
But I would say that if the market as I see it, where in the area that I reside in, I'd say that the TB303s and the TR808s are pretty much done. You don't see them come in anymore.
No.
And there's so many good clones of them,
Mm-hmm.
with a lot more ease of use and more reliable and blah blah blah, and do more and all the rest of it. And yeah, of course, it's happening to the other keyboards as well. I mean, if you go out and you spend £19,000 on a nice condition Synthex, you're a fucking moron. There's no reason in the world to spend that money on a Synthex. You don't need to.
If you want whatever you want to spend on one of those.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no need to. You can get that sound, that performance level, that an even easier way of programming it in a $50 piece of software.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no reason for wanting or lusting after one of those, other than you are scratching that itch that we, men or women of our age have got. That we want to have a piece of that history that we lusted after, and now we're in a position financially where we can maybe afford it.
Well, at one time, the untouchable bastion would be something like this girl, right?
Yeah.
And it may still be there a little, but there is so many very, very nice machines barking at its heels now.
Mm-hmm.
The Hydra,
Mm-hmm.
the Osmo. In terms of expression, anyway.
Yeah.
The sound, as we said before, as I said to you before, the sounds aren't really difficult to recreate. It's just having those sounds and that kind of control, and it's all doable. Well, it's like with the Arturia CS80. I mean, the differences between that and that are almost not even worth talking about.
Yeah, it's wafer thin.
A waffle thing, indeed. So, and it's got all the grunt and all the bollocks that it requires. And if you've got something you can, MPE controller that you can use, I mean, you got it.
Yeah.
It's only got velocity and poly aftertouch. Hasn't got anything else going for it on that keyboard.
So what do you think? Hold on a second.
You're wanted. So yeah, I mean, but there again, you know, as long as the machines stay within a certain reasonable price range, I mean, DXs, the DX7s are just about still in a reasonable price range.
Yeah.
And so you can have that big old girl, you know. But you know there's machines out there that can do it as well for a fraction of the price.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, and in a way it's kind of sad, but at the same time, it's, I don't know, people are coming to their senses, I suppose, with it. I mean, at one time of day people would buy a synth because you couldn't get anything that sounded like it or looked like it or anything.
Exactly.
But now you can.
Yep.
So, it's a shame, but there you go.
It is. But, I mean, one of the things I came away with from Synthesized in Cambridge at the weekend. And I'm sat there, I've got, you know, this thing, got the DX7, got the TXs.
Yeah.
And I've got the Modi X, which is a brand new Modi X7 Plus. You know,
Yeah.
bells and whistles. And barely anybody looked at that, touched that, played. Some people played with it. They were all the other end where all the DX, TX stuff was. So that tells me that, you know, there is still an interest, and this includes young people. Everyone was coming to the DX1, and I swear half the people that played with it didn't know what it was, or didn't know its history, or didn't know its rarity, or didn't know how much, you know, they're potentially worth.
How influential it may have been.
And yeah, exactly.
Over the years.
They just saw a spectacular-looking large synthesizer and enjoyed playing it.
Yeah.
But what I couldn't get over was the amount of people that came up to me and said, "Thank you for bringing this. I never thought I would get to play one, let alone see one in real life.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it." And I'm like, no problem, you know.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a pain to get in the car and out again, but hey, you know. And
Yeah, but that's what it's like, isn't it? It's become like almost a public service
yeah,
to own a vintage synth.
yeah.
And especially if you bring it, you know, and you show it like that. Yeah.
But that's what I want to do. I don't want to sit. You know, I don't want it to sit in this room and never get looked at. You know, basically, it was Bob Pearson from Cheetah who was behind me on the day, who is an absolutely lovely guy, and we're going to get him on the show, but it's going to take a while because of the history of Cheetah and some of the people that were involved in it that are still about to be. Well, they got extradited to America. This guy called Mike Lynch, who was one of the founders of Cheetah. He's currently on trial in America for massive amounts of fraud.
Oh dear.
It happens. No.
Yeah. But he was talking to someone because he got the Cheetah stuff. So he got a prototype MS6, you know, the little 1U rack mount that they did, the analog synth. And he'd got an S something 16. Was it SX16? It was the sampler that they did, and a couple of other bits, and a Jupiter 6. And he brought the Jupiter 6 because that's what inspired him to make the MS6 rack mount. And I overheard him say to somebody, he says, "I get to sit with this stuff 365 days a year." And lots of other people don't. And so that's why I'm bringing this stuff out, so that, you know, other people can have a go with it that wouldn't normally get to have a go. And I thought, that's why I do it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's like why I handed the DX over to you, because you were going to do a hell of a lot more with it. You were much more enthusiastic about it than I was. For me, it was something that kept stopping me from sitting on the bog properly. That's all it did. It gave me cold. I'll tell you what, and in the winter, mate, in the winter, right, that front panel's fucking cold. I can tell you that for nothing, all right? I have first experience of how cold that front panel can get.
well,
Yeah. And you sort of like violent shift to the left.
a violent what? Shift. Oh, sorry.
Shift, yeah, shift. But I think even Richard Hilton said to me, he says, I might have splashed that at some point. I said, mate, that is replete with famous piss.
It's brown for a reason. No, just I shit you not. When I got that into the house,
He swabbed it. He's got it
no.
all on file.
Yeah, I got black light. No,
I referred to my earlier joke.
I got those antiseptic surface cleaning pads, and I gave it more than just a once over. I think it was 2 or 3 times.
I'll be honest with you, I'd already done that anyway.
Oh, okay.
I didn't fancy handing a piss-stained DX1 over to you. It says something about somebody.
To be fair,
when they do that.
to be fair, when it came back from the bloody show, I did everything. Got a proper swab down and a wipe down.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a petri dish by the end of the 2 days, wouldn't it?
Well, quite, yeah.
In any
It's got
respect.
more culture than the National Gallery.
Yeah.
Somebody's, what was it? Which came out first, DX1 or DX7? DX7. By about 7 months.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Synchrotron's asking in there. So, yeah, DX7 was May. DX1 was December 8th.
But it's quite possible that the DX1 actually existed before the 7.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, because
it's the CSDX.
What Yamaha always did is they do their flagship and then they develop cut down versions of that as for their box shifting division.
Yeah, so
and nothing went out the door faster than the DX7 and never has since.
Nope.
It's the world's most successful synthesizer, whether you love it or not. Nothing's got close.
I would have loved, I've heard tell that they both, there was 2 examples of the CSDX, which I think is brilliant. That Yamaha wanted to continue using the CS moniker as a symbol of their synthesizer range.
Yeah, combo synth my ass.
Yeah. So the CSDX is. There's a couple of pictures out there, and when you look at it, it's essentially a DX1, except that over on the right-hand side, underneath where the cartridge slots is, there is a CS80 style programming panel with a lift-up lid.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of other sort of differences to it, but that I'd just love to have seen that. I still want to see a PAMS machine, which is the big, it looks like a modular. But it's essentially the 6 operators all in their own boxes, just piled together. And there's a lot I want to see. But I spoke to somebody. Well, I spoke to Manny, and Manny spoke to somebody at Yamaha US. There's nobody with a specific role apart from the people that work on Innovation Road. There's nobody with a specific kind of archival. And you would have thought with a company that's been around since 1887. They might have somebody. If it was a UK company, they'd have an archivist or something, wouldn't they? I don't know.
I don't think Japanese culture looks at things quite like that.
No,
or at least didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a different way of looking at things. Yeah. But the Yamaha mantra has always been, forward.
Forward, yeah.
Move on.
Japanese, yeah.
It's move on. I'm not interested in stuff from 5 years ago. So, but it's funny because even last night, because there's this game that me and Fiona play. You see, because she worked for British Airways. Oh yeah, because she worked for British Airways, she's been everywhere. Yeah. I mean, everywhere. So there'll be a film on or something like that, and she'll be going, "Been there."
Yeah.
Oh, been there. Oh, I've been at that hotel. Yeah. Oh, I've been there. I've been there. It doesn't matter. And there's, Ayers Rock, been there. Blah, 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 yeah. Sugarloaf Mountain, been there. Okay, good on you. Mount Fuji, weird. It's called Mountain. Yeah. Fuji is Japanese for mountain, apparently. So, and she goes, been there. Yeah, I've been up that twice. But I have my part of the game, and I got a good one in last night. Imperial Wizard by David Essex on Top of the Pops came on. And I went, I've restored that CS80. And every time a CS80 comes up, I go, yeah, I've restored that one. Yeah.
Actually, I've got a question for you, Kent. So when I was at Synthesized weekend, Steve, who's in the chat as IIXorb, that's the only way I know how to pronounce. So lovely guy, met him there, and we've been chatting for ages, and it's not the first time to get to meet him. But he said that because he has. You think I have a DX problem, right? This guy has something like 7 DX7s.
Some people just don't never learn.
I know. You just get TX816 for fuck's sake.
Wow.
So he's got the 7. He's just said he just bought an SY77 today. So you think I have a problem? There are other people out there far. But anyway, he was saying that he used to see on Top of the Pops and other places.
Yeah.
This DX7 that above, you know where the LCD screen is with the 2-digit LED next to it.
Yeah.
Above that was the number 10.
Right.
Or what looks like, so it was either IO or 10 or something.
Yeah.
And he sent me some pictures, and like he's got a picture of Billy Curry using it on Top of the Pops. He's got a picture of somebody else using it.
Yeah.
So my first thought was that might have been a rental unit. And that was unit
music
number 10.
control. It's music controls.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So we've answered that question for you. So music, are they still going?
No.
Because I know that Peter Wilk, who I do the Fairlight stuff with, there was a point when he left Fairlight and come back to London, and he was renting out Fairlights and other equipment. So you know when you saw Soul to Soul on Top of the Pops with a Series 3, or actually it's in the video for Back to Life, that's Peter's.
Yeah.
A lot of the time when the Pet Shop Boys had one on there, it wasn't their one, it was Peter's one.
Yeah.
So I wondered if that was a rental company's.
Yeah, because like Tiny used to say to me, he said, if there was a B3 or a Fender Rhodes or something like that needed, they'd always come to him because he was quite nearby anyway. And Hammond Hire were forever going to the studios and dropping off gear, but particularly B3s.
Yeah.
Wurlitzers and stuff like that. But yeah. Because it was cheaper than, they didn't want to hump their things. But funny enough, David Essex used to hump his 80 around with him.
Well, there's Depeche Mode used to take their stuff in suitcases on trains, didn't they, in the early days, to go do Top of the Pops.
What made me laugh, Music Control had a CS80. I ended up restoring it, and you've never seen anything so fucking destroyed in your life. But the thing was, it would be on, on the stage, and they'd have... what was his name? He did. He had a Christmas #1 with Sending the Cavalry.
Oh, Jonah Louie.
Jonah Louie, thank you. And
he's a big Fairlight guy.
Well, he had an 80 on stage, and of course it was the Music Control 80. And when we got the 80 in, finally, I think it was when Music Control went bust and somebody had bought it in an auction and brought it down and said, can you get this going? And I go, well, we've got to get it all into one piece first, and then we'll see about getting it to work electronically, because there was bits missing and it was smashed to pieces. And he goes, he said, it's quite interesting. He said that when we bought it, the guy at Music Control said it hasn't worked for properly. Well, it hasn't worked for 30 years. They could never get it to work.
Jeez.
And I've come, okay. So, and I worked it out, and you can see her on stage, so it doesn't work. So it's just as well they're miming. And half the time I think that's why they were miming on Top of the Pops, because most of the equipment was broken. It didn't work, Yeah. So they just hire out the shape.
It always made me laugh, though, that you'd see all these people on Top of the Pops with whatever instrument that the company had been able to throw in front of them, because it was not always the instruments that were potentially used on the recording.
Yeah.
But bands like Pet Shop Boys made a point every time they were on Top of the Pops for like the first, 5 to 10 years, always had the most expensive, biggest keyboards. Chris would be stood there with an OBE 8, a PPG Wave, an Emulator 2, and a Fairlight.
Yeah.
And just miming one track for that week on Top of the Pops.
It's just showing off.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
but then when they did, when they had the #1, the Christmas #1, always on my mind.
Yeah.
not only did they have the Series 3 on stage, they had it plugged in, and they got Blue Weaver to program the caps sequencer. But instead of actually programming notes on there, he just put notes in the right places to spell Pet Shop Boys. And all the CMI was doing, he put it on this loop, this 3-page loop, so it just came up, Pet Shop Boys, Pet Shop Boys. And they'd got this fucking £100,000 machine on stage on top of the pops where it's absolutely not needed. And they did that, they got Blue Weaver to do that. That was just insane.
Well, you could always tell who were the successful bands, because I mean, if you remember, like when Duran came on, they had a Mark I Fairlight, and then you see him a couple of months later. The 2X has come out. They have a 2X, and then as soon as the 3 was available, then he's on stage with a 3. And you go, it ain't music controlled behind these.
No.
Because they wait until they're a bit more beaten up before they buy them.
Yeah.
So, but I had John and Louis' White-Faced Odyssey from was it Always Find Me in the Kitchen at Parties? One? Yeah, that's in the workshop now.
Cool. Yeah, he followed me on Twitter years ago, and I remember saying to someone, "Fucking Jonah Louis, I love Jonah Louis. He's following me on Twitter." I hadn't followed him. I didn't even know he was on Twitter, and he starts following me on Twitter.
Yeah.
And so then somebody pointed out that he was really into Fairlights. And then there was a clip on, one of these shows, like, they do, like, the sort of the year 1984 in British pop music, and there's Jonah Louis talking about probably Stop the Cavalry or something like that. And he sat in his studio at home, and behind him, fucking great Series 3 Fairlight. To this day. Still uses them, apparently.
Actually, yes, to start with, the Odyssey was actually in the kitchen. Yeah. We thought that was funny as well.
Did you have a party, though?
Oh, every day's a party in the kitchen, mate. Yeah. Yeah, but it's really interesting sometimes coming across these machines and, finding their history. But if people think it's worth more because of that, well, we make up the value, don't we? It's not a unit. So I always remember that thing. There was a Moog Prodigy for sale on eBay, and it had been signed by what's his mush? Oh, fuck's sake.
Howard Jones?
Howard Jones, thank you. Yeah. And I wanted 750 quid for it. And the bloke says, well, I'll give you 750, but only if you take the name off. Yeah, one man's cheese is another man's rotted milk.
Yeah. I mean, how many prodigies might be out there with Howard Jones? So anybody could, I could probably phone a bunch of people. I can get them to sign certain things here, and then I could probably sell them as this was so and so. But just because they've got their signature on it means jack shit. So
yeah.
Cause somebody asked me at the weekend, "Ooh, who did this belong to?" And I said, "Oh, not a fucking clue."
Nobody fucking knows.
Oh, mate, yeah.
Too much DNA on this thing.
You know what? I was told that DX1 was owned by Aha, and I went, well, I doubt it because I've already seen that one. This isn't it.
Yeah.
That's a different one altogether, mate.
So you've no idea where that came from? Oh.
I've got a rough idea what its country of origin is.
Right. Japan?
No. Shall we say Northern Europe?
Right.
Colder, fjordy, more type area. So it comes from the right area, shall we say? But it is not theirs. It isn't theirs. So, which is it's kind of finding out that Benny from ABBA was actually Mexican or something like that. So, it's like what?
Well, that explains Fernando.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? I suppose.
Very, very quick.
Yeah.
Nice one, Robbie.
But
It's not bad for this time of night.
No.
I've had people bring things down where I've had a guy go. He's bought this CS80 down that he's bought, and he's very proud of it and everything, and rightly so. He's paid good money for it, but it's not working. It needs a lot of work. And he goes, yeah. He says, I had to buy this because the guy said, this is the one that they used on War of the Worlds. And I went, see that 80 over there? He went, yeah. I said, that's the one that was used on War of the Worlds. This one wasn't. He goes, you sure? I mean, pretty sure, yeah. We know where Dave got that one from. Sorry, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, who do you think it belonged to? They don't put the serial number of the 80 on the back of the fucking album cover, do they? Because I've got a database here which would really help you, but...
I actually had somebody come up to me at the weekend and said, could you tell me what synthesizers were used on War of the Worlds? And I could actually say, yeah, CS80, Freeman string synth.
White-faced Odyssey.
White-faced Odyssey. And was there a 2500 on there as well?
Or
was it 26? I can't remember.
I think I don't think they'd pushed the boat out far enough to get up to 2500. They were expensive even then.
Yeah.
But it was mostly Odyssey 80 combo.
Yeah.
So, and there was a lot of, I believe, somebody said something about, what was the fucking thing? Oh, it's gone. But there was another little keyboard that was played apart from time to time.
It wasn't the Oscar, was it?
No, because I think it's too early for Oscar, because it's War of the Worlds is early 79? 78, 79?
78.
Oscar's 80, 81, isn't it?
True.
So it's a little bit too early. But I mean, it's the same with the 80 that belonged to Rod Argent, but he only owned it in the capacity that it was stock in his shop. Yeah. Lent it to Andrew Lloyd Webber, who wrote a Vita on it. Then forgot to give it back. Did the Paganini Variations album with it, with Julian Lloyd Webber and Barbara Thompson and Gary Moore and so forth. So some heady rock things. Then it went underground for a while. Then it ended up in... I think it ended up in Hans's hands. I think that's the one he ended up having. Hans's hands, yes. And yeah, it was really ridiculous. But you're talking about getting copyright strike. Hans heard about one of his tracks got a copyright strike. One of his own tracks got copyrighted.
Did he plagiarise himself?
Yeah. He goes, what? I said, yeah, but I said, was it, he said, well, he said the team investigated it. He goes, apparently it was written by somebody called Paganini. He went, was it though? Yeah, I was often looking over his shoulder.
My old guitar teacher used to give me Paganini sheet music to try and learn to play on guitar.
Yeah.
It's like your really fast violin shit.
Really hated you, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Well, that was as well as like transcribed Kirk Hammett Metallica solos.
Yeah.
Which, I used to be able to play like perfectly. Which now I'm just like, bloody hell. How the hell did I do that? That was a loss of not revising for exams.
Oh, man. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm just doing backups. I thought I'd pop on here while I'm doing it.
Good grief.
Electron backups.
All right.
Yeah. So it's not too bad.
Oh, look at that, it worked.
Still got the Daleks though.
Really?
Crackles.
Yeah.
Am I crackling as well?
No. I don't think so.
All right. Oh. How strange. Still on M1, well, M2 Mac and Chrome.
And we're back.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Interesting. Different crackles, though, not
Oh.
typical Dalek.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still something there.
Really?
Thank you, Dave.
I'm back.
He's back.
How are you anyway, Dave?
He's got his own theme.
Not bad. Not bad.
Cool.
What synth was that? Come on. I already gave you a clue.
An electric one.
Wrong. Digital.
What? I didn't hear that.
Sounds like I heard that. That sounded electrical.
Don't you recognise that?
I do reckon.
Imagine
it's
some
cool.
really bad 80s animated characters mixed in with some old English rockers.
No. It wasn't badly animated. It wasn't badly animated.
Well, for 1985.
It was brilliantly animated for that moment in time.
Look at them yo-yos. I was looking at some video again, Steve. Dire Straits used that DX1
Oh, God.
on stage.
It is Dire Straits, isn't it?
Yeah. And so did The Who. John Bundrick, Rabbit Bundrick, used DX1 live on stage with The Who at Live Aid on top of his CP80 and then a Hammond B3.
But what the nice folks at home don't know is that you and me took Dire Straits DX1 apart
He did.
and borrowed the boards out of it to put into that
Did.
one to fix a problem.
Well, no, we did. It was the other way around. We took the boards out of this.
Oh, was it this? Was it that one into theirs?
And
Right.
then took theirs out and put these ones into theirs
Okay.
to test them.
That ain't working.
Well, that's the way you do it.
And then we borrowed the. Well, you borrowed the presets out of them. Do a nice little cartridge dump. Thank you very much.
Yes. There's some interesting patch names in there, I have to say. Like Dick,
Yeah, but it's like that old. It's like that old Ultravox mini Moog that I did, where Billy's written the tracks on the front panel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like was it Reap the Wild Fart and all that in silver pen all over the front panel.
Oh, that's your new one.
Hey,
That's my new one.
Ah,
Our new one.
a cutie.
Mm.
Curly.
You chew the wires.
She'll chew everything. Hey,
Oh yeah,
sweetie.
she's absolutely chews everything. Brings everything in from the garden, including the dog poo that we don't need collected up. Don't you?
Yeah, Robbie, did I ever show you that photograph of the back garden when we'd had Nelly for a week?
Don't think so.
And we'd put a double mattress out there and she'd eaten it.
Oh, God.
The whole mattress, it was all over the garden. It was an unbelievable mess that she made.
Crazy dog.
Still is. Big chords. Yeah, funny. Fiona said to me, she goes, "So when are you going to start doing tracks with rhythms?" I said, "Oh, it's been a while. I used to be quite the electromantic, mate. Then I discovered violins."
Excuse me.
sit on a stick. That's it, cheap. Yeah, so this SWAM's software is good. The sounds aren't totally convincing, but the articulation control is second to none. Absolutely fantastic. But the sounds... Still haven't got the edge that the sample libraries have.
We're having a nice back and forth with the guy behind AAS who do chromophone and other stuff. He's a real... I mean, obviously, he's really into his physical modelling. And I love it, but I couldn't even begin to understand.
Is that the one with the weird springy things?
Yeah, you got like two. You can combine two.
You got
models.
nodes and springs and shit like that.
No. That's something different.
No,
chromophone is Applied Acoustic Solutions, I think. But they've made a really great interface for it. It's very visual, which is obviously quite handy with modelling to see exactly what you're combining together. I bumped into a guy at Super Booth when we were upstairs at. You were probably in the Electron room at the time.
Yeah.
But I was up in the Yamaha place, and as I walked out of the Yamaha booth, this guy came up to me, recognised me from the show, introduced himself, and we were talking about some things. And he said, I said, we were talking about modelling or something, and he said, oh, well, yeah, I know the guy behind AAS. I said, you should get him on the show. He's a very interesting guy. I'll put you in touch. And so he has. So every now and again, we're sort of like bouncing emails backwards and forwards, and he's sort of telling me about... They're based in Montreal, I think. And he's telling me about his exploits. He studied at URCAM and graduated from there and studied, to a degree level, acoustic modelling and all this kind of stuff. So he knows his onions, and Jesus, complicated business. But, no, the chromophone is brilliant. It's really, really good.
Don't say that.
It was on sale, actually.
Any news on...
That's all right. I've got no money left, have I?
No.
Oh, thank God for that.
But actually, it would work nicely with an Osmos.
I was going to say, when's your Osmos get there?
I bought it about an hour ago.
Final money.
About 2 hours ago. Final payment. Not balloon payment.
Nice.
Yeah.
It is amazing, I have to say.
Well, it'll be here before the next PSN. After tomorrow's one.
Right.
I reckon 3 to 5 days.
Yeah. Oh.
Last time I looked, France wasn't that far away. So.
Honestly, Kent, with some of your sample libraries,
that's what I'm hoping.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, the modelling on it anyway, I thought was just stunning. Yeah. The amount of expression you can get in stuff is just incredible.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting learning curve, I think, to start with the keyboard. So I've heard from Osmos owners.
I think if you're a traditional pianist, it probably is going to be,
because there's something key depth on it is quite.
Because I'm a really shit keyboard player. That I can play really really well, very simply, and get loads of expression into simple stuff, whereas I think if someone who's actually quite adept at piano or whatever, it might be a bit weird. But because I'm so not fussy, I just got these fucking stabby things.
I'm kind of hoping that Rowley would have given me a little bit of sort of like training of being able to leap onto something that doesn't quite act the way a normal keyboard would. So, we can hope.
Yeah, you're kind of primed for it being different, at least.
Yeah.
So
way more sensitive, and not just the aftertouch at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, you can breathe on it; it'll set a note off. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's that.
Have you got one, Dave?
No, but I've got the Mini. I've got Ega Matrix, so I do.
Oh yeah, you've got a Touche, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I kind of got. It's different, but I got that idea. I mean, it's the lightness too that can be different. If you're a heavy player, I'm a pretty light player, so you know, a piano. So I kind of that getting used to that real quiet. It's just about that control, you know. Yeah, but they're all different. They're all super cool. It's like there's some really cool stuff out there right now.
Yeah, really is.
That's an interesting question. Anybody actually turn off to touch off? Shouldn't really need to. You just press it lighter. It's the same thing.
What's that?
You say that, but it's kind of like for some things I really like a lack of velocity sensitivity. It means that I can get some quite even playing into a track and it sits in the mix nicely.
Yeah, no, there is that. Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's advantages if you're a bad player like me to turning some of this shit off. Just it's one way to get it more even.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know if there's going to be one at Gearfest, Bobby?
What, an Osmos? Let me have a look.
Offhand, do you know?
I'd be surprised if there wasn't, but
well, it tends not to be the manufacturers.
It's quite small though, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the distributors that will. I'm just having a look. Who distributes the Osmo? They don't really, do they?
Oh, it's
unless it's on Hack.
They're at Synth East. I've got the guy's card somewhere. It's a distributor who, you know, distributes quite a number of different manufacturers. And yeah, that was his own Osmos that he actually brought along, I think.
It's Expressive E, isn't it?
Wasn't there some sort of connection with Novation?
No.
In terms of distribution.
No, I don't think so.
No, I mean Novation are there, but they'll also be there. They'll have Focusrite, Sequential, Oberheim because they do all of that.
Source, it's Source distribution. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nope, not there. Doesn't look like it. Neither Expressive E or Source are listed, because normally the distributor would just put the name of the manufacturer down, even though it's not really the manufacturer, it's the distributor.
Yeah. Hey Steve, by the way.
How are we all?
Hey.
How you doing, buds?
Yeah, not too bad for an old fella. I've just been plodding on. It's my 33rd wedding anniversary today.
Oh,
congrats.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, my wife wanted to get me something special, so she got me the new Rolly product. It's called the Rolly ironing board.
Yeah, there's a special setting for that in SRAM.
I know. Just don't phone me up or else I'll burn my ear.
Instead of a picture of a cello, it's a T-shirt.
Yeah, if you've got any 5XL T-shirts, yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, it's all good here. Just plodding on. I'm trying to commit some tracks to recording them and finishing up an album, which is on my bucket list of things to do before I get
mine
much
too.
older.
Yeah. I've done 2 new tracks this week, though, which is good.
That's good productivity.
Yeah.
I've done about half a track, and I've got a few ideas in mind. But you know how you really need that little spurt of enthusiasm to get you going and get it all down and committed, which is the hard part.
I think there's other forces at play here as well, because it's like when Fiona painted the stairs, and so I couldn't come up the stairs, I had loads of different ideas. And now the stairs are dried, you go, what were they again? Can't remember a thing. So I'll end up being up here and playing the theme from 12 Years a Slave again.
Yeah, so I mean, the only interesting part of it is that I've been looking at valve gear to try and sweeten up some sounds, and it's very expensive, I've decided.
Yeah.
So the Universal Audio 6176? Yeah. The mic pre's with the compressor. Managed to pick up a few older ones of those, and a Avalon unit with a valve EQ.
Nice.
And a TLA 50, which is a little limiting amplifier, again a tube device. So I'm trying to get the cheapest possible way of getting some tube inflection across some of the sounds and some of the pads just to contrast them in a mix. But that's all pretty academic. That'll get used and then probably on-sold. But it's nice to listen to. It changes the way you hear things a little.
Yeah. That's always good. Always good.
Yeah, no, it's what you're trying to get, that distinction between parts. So rather than have pads and leads that kind of blend into each other, you can give one a bit more character and have it stick aside in the mix so that there's a bit more sonic interest. But look, it's one of those things. Do you do it in the box with a $50 plug-in, or do you do it with the hardware and at least say, well, I was trying to be truthful to the whole signal chain? It's all academic, isn't it? Because a person listening to it will never appreciate what you've gone through to sort of do it. But I do like the appeal of doing it once in my life and having that gear to run across things.
Yeah.
Well, it's you know, it's, at a certain point, it's, you know, law of diminishing returns, but it's like it's the enjoyment of doing it as well. You know, it's like that feeds into it, and anything that keeps that sort of positive feeling, you know, engaged in the process is going to be really good anyway. So
I think there's also that aspect that you want to feel that somehow you're making something different, that you're not just using a stock sound through a stock converter into a stock recorder. And then...
Well, I mean, I end up just butchering kids' keyboards and toys and stuff, you know, for a lot of my sound design. So it's like, again, completely not stock, completely, you know, just odd stuff. But yeah, it does create a difference massively in what I do. So, you know, it's like anything you do that, you know, can make a difference, and just anything that just makes you feel different about the process is a good thing as well. Definitely. It's that whole thing about getting a new bit of gear or a new plug-in and you suddenly having loads of ideas sparked off by it. It's because your brain is working differently.
Yeah, I think there's that enthusiasm to know you're not repeating or you're not reinventing the wheel, that you're at least trying to do something different in the signal chain that sounds different. So you start with a cheaper device or an offbeat pedal or
a doorbell.
Some effects, or a doorbell.
Hopefully not. Could be.
Yeah. I wanted to actually do that one day, to actually rig up all of the operators that I have in various machines, MIDI it all together, put half of them down a major third and on a digital delay, and then put 5 JBL 15 inches with horns behind the front door. So when the guy from UPS presses the button, he gets 175 decibels of Friedland door chime. I want to film that just once, just to watch his underwear change colours. I think that's
gonna blow your bloody door off.
Yeah, so I might rig that up and take a photo, and I'll present it as evidence next time. It's the old gag, isn't it? It's, you know, I added 176 sine waves together, 176 operators together, and when you add 176 sine waves, you get a sine wave. You know, that's the inherent joke of it all. It's just louder.
Hey, Jim, have you tried your reel-to-reel?
I have, yeah. I've got some brand new blank tape that I've not tried yet. But yeah, I've sort of parked it for a little bit. I mean, I had sort of calibrated it to a certain degree. But then I was then recording over a tape that had been recorded before I'd sort of aligned everything, and there's sort of crosstalk on there. So I've since got a bulk tape eraser. It's actually for videos, but it works on reel-to-reel as well. So yeah, I will be recording some of that on there.
I mean, it's super cool to take even a final track and just run it through that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind
of...
It will
change it. I mean, you may love it, you may not, but it will impart.
I mean, yeah, the stuff that I've just recorded off Apple Music onto there, I'm like, oh, it just gives it this quality that's really nice. It's definitely more lo-fi, and, you know, it's like the stereo image is no longer in the center, you know, and it's like, you know, but it's like, oh, it's really fucking pleasant. really pleasant.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
It's cool.
I mean, that's got that
Yeah.
inbuilt tape delay on it as well. The echo function, which obviously the lower tape speed you go, the longer the echo goes as well. So it's going to be cool for doing some really cool lo-fi experimental stuff. So I'm looking forward to getting into that.
Maybe you could run it through that and then bring it back.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell, right?
I mean, I don't think it's good enough for mastering. I don't think, but I mean, part of why I don't want to do that anyway is like one of the things I like about the Electron gear is the fact that the MIDI timing is absolutely bang on. Mm-hmm. It's like much better than any DAW, and it seems a shame to then lose that by putting it on tape, and having this like sort of drifting sort of.
There is the fact that the preamps on those old machines are all Class A transistor-based mic pre's, so you can actually just use those discrete from the magnetic media and get some character into some of your tracks. So any piece of gear is a worthy contender in terms of differentiating your sound. But if you like the sound, it could be the mic pre on it as much as, or the preamp stage as much as the magnetic stage, the output stage.
Yeah, totally.
Didn't Richard Hilton do something like that? Where he used to take take a track out of the computer and then run it through the Neve mixing desk and back into the computer again.
Yeah.
It makes a hell of a difference.
There used to be this excellent plugin that just fell by the wayside in sort of lack of development. It was called Color Tone Pro. It was by what were they called? Oh, having a brain fart. It's been ages since. Anyway, they used to use like this is back on the sort of G5 and stuff, and then they did port over to Intel, but they only supported up till like about, I don't know, not that many operating system versions. But this thing was so good. It was like a convolution plugin with impulse responses from real gear, so people would be like sampling all their really cool front ends and stuff, and like Neve preamps and sort of tape decks and all sorts. But it was like dynamic convolution, so you could get sort of compression effects using these impulses as well. And you'd literally record a track and you'd be like just putting different flavors on it, and you'd be like, oh, you'd just find one that just made it magic, and you're like, fucking hell, that's so easy. Didn't have to use any EQ on the channel. You're just using like the tone you're getting from a particular channel strip or bit of equipment or a preamp, and it just impart this character that was just, and you could put more than the actual channel strips character, so you could do like 5 times the effect it was actually doing, off like just running it through at a certain gain setting, and it was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it's no longer made, and I don't think there's really particularly anything like it, except for maybe, is it Acoustica Nebula is something sort of similar, but that's really expensive.
There are a few cheap options. There's if you see a Roland mic modelling preamp, the MMP2, they're available for a couple of £100 usually on eBay, being thrown away. But they have emulations of different mics and different preamps, which are quite good at altering the complexion of your sound. And the Neve 1073 mic pre's just give a silky sheen above 10 kilohertz. And anything that touches one of those or an emulation thereof is normally quite sweet in a mix.
Totally. I mean, I've got Console 1, which is good for sort of some of that great sort of flavour. I've got quite a few of the channel strips with that, and that's kind of like even without sort of touching the EQ and dynamics, you can still get some of the flavour of just the flavour of the like the Neve or whatever in parts.
These things are pretty rad. They're still these filmers. I have found that I've been able to kind of drive things, do some of those, the different ones, and it will give it kind of takes that kind of I don't want to say a digital sheen, but it definitely imparts something, kind of warmness, a little more harmonics. It's pretty cool. it's not a fix for everything, but it is fun, to take some of those analog pedals and really drive them, because it does do something for sure. Cheat man.
I think there are a lot of devices in that class. I like the little, I said last time, the Dimension C pedal, the DC2W from Boss is a great way to put a chorus shimmer on just about any polysynth and make it stand out. Boss also have an old half rack unit, a little black unit called an EH50 enhancer, and that is a great device for adding some harmonic content to your sounds and actually making something a little denser than it normally would be.
Yeah, imagine that's kind of an expansion of the algorithms they had in like the SE50 and SE70, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
It's the same era of half rack units. They were really good. They were really cool.
I think a lot. I mean, that's why I like some of the. I can't see them, but some of my Roland and some of those digital racks. They're not great for everything, but they are fun sometimes to experiment with and take something maybe that's a really kind of a more clean, like take the Mini Freak and take something that's very, doesn't have a lot of analog feel, and then you grind it through that and mix them. It's just different. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily better or worse, I guess, but it feels a little different, and it does feel. It tends to kind of hope it kind of fit in nicer, And I know that gets in. It's hard to explain sometimes, but
no, you use that sort of thing a lot. You can use multi-band compressors on a final bus mix to sort of glue things together, but they also assist in translation. So if your ears aren't good, like mine aren't good, from too many years on a bandstand, you can sort of visually see the quality of the mix and the levels, and it translates better onto other systems, so it's more likely to go through a PA and through a boombox and through a car stereo and into a set of earbuds and have some sort of relatively balanced effect with not too much bass or treble. So you can use tools like that. But also, if you've got a Rompler, you can take multiple outputs and then direct some of your sounds through those external boxes and run some of them neat without effects processing and discriminate between them a little better so they don't mush together in the final mix.
Yeah.
I know what I was going to ask. Has anyone tried the Slate VSX sort of headphone environment thingy? And nobody know what I'm even talking about.
Tell us more, Jim.
Well,
right, okay.
when you said Slate, I haven't got any.
I know they got the Ravens stuff. I mean, I'm trying.
Yeah.
I don't know much else.
So the VSX is basically a kind of largely cheaply made headphone, but it's sort of mostly flat and sort of calibrated. But there's companion software that is basically emulations of various studios and monitoring systems in those studios. Right. So it uses all head-related transfer functions to sort of place you in the room. So there's but they've got some really sort of high-end monitors that have basically been recreated in these high-end real rooms, including like sort of Barefoots and ATCs and stuff like that. And it's supposed to actually be really quite good and convincing and quite a good sort of reference, for sort of mixing and mastering, and so I think it's about just over £300 for the basic version, and then you can buy some extra rooms and get everything. It's also got car simulations and stuff like that, but there's some real mastering rooms in there and stuff like that, and even like other headphones and like even a phone kind of simulation of what it's like to play on a boombox or an iPhone. But yeah,
it does make you wonder what the weakest link is, doesn't it? If I'm using a $30 set of headphones, I'm not going to get the benefit of anything.
Yeah,
like that,
Well, this is it. It's like I think the headphones are probably equivalent to about £100 worth, something like that sort of ballpark. So they're not really like HD 600 level or anything like that, or DC.
I suppose you could mix for pods and stuff like that, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, they have an AirPod simulation, but the problem is with that, everyone's ear canals are different, and it's really obvious. Like nobody listens. Like in-ears sound completely different to different people. Even like wearing glasses makes headphones sound completely different to different people. You know, you can lose like loads of bass just from wearing a pair of glasses and losing the seal, you know, around the edge there.
Which kind of negates the software right across the board, really, doesn't it? In a way, because like, I used the simulation from Air Studio, so it sounds absolutely brilliant in Air.
Yeah, well, will
it sound right in my front room?
And the thing is, you know, these real world rooms are not perfect anyway. You know, it's like there's always compromises with you know, acoustic design of spaces, and what will suit someone won't suit someone else, and you've got to put the time in just getting used to your environment. And I think there's a danger with this software if you've got, say, 20 different monitoring scenarios. If you don't learn the ones that you're using, then you're going to be at sea anyway. So I think you're better off just sort of picking one room that you know think is good, and using that as your main reference, and maybe just do a sanity check on one other system or whatever that you know you can rely on as well. But yeah.
One thing I'm going to try on my mixdown is there's a device from TC Electronic called the Clarity M, and it's basically a visual depiction of a visual depiction of your mix, so it can show you where there's phasing or low end issues. And I'm going to give that a bit of a spin because I can't trust my ears, and if you're in that situation, then you have to rely on visual cues like spectrum analyzers. You need multi-band compressors. You use whatever you can to give you some reasonable perception of the mix, and I haven't got the ears, so at any point all of these emulations and high-end gear is sort of wasted on me, but I'm still trying to attain a product that's commercially audible and respect-worthy. Anyway.
Oh, look at that. That thing could help your mixes, but it won't. It could, though.
I think she's a little old now at 13. I don't think her hearing's really...
probably better than our ears.
Hearing's not up to it.
Well, she'll absorb all the horrible high frequencies.
Very true.
It's so the bias in listening to things too. I mean, my brother gave me this mix to listen to just a couple weeks ago, and he had written some notes, and I wouldn't read them. And I was just trying to like listen, and then it was just maddening. You know, I was going from like car to headphones to different environment, trying to see. I'm pretty sure I hear a difference, but I wasn't. You know, I didn't have any kind of graphs to look at. I was purely just going by feel, and we did end up with the same one, but it was it was exhausting. I gotta say, it's a whole different thing to really.
I mean, my most reliable reference is my Etymotic in-ears that I use with my live stuff and with my iPhone and stuff. You know, I've got General X and a sub and a shitload of treatment in here, and SonarWorks software, but I can still mix better on those in-ears. It's just, I don't know, it's just what I can sort of relate to, and there's something about the intimate space as well, and you know, I've mixed stuff on in-ears that translates really, really well, and I've had like near perfect studios that I've just really struggled to sort of, you know, get mixes to translate. I don't know why. I think
it can be really maddening. Luckily, I kind of give up pretty quick in the process, but I do have like 3 sets of headphones, and they're so different. And I never used to really, when I started realizing how different the headphones really were, you know, because I only had one pair, you know, for so long, and then I got another pair, and then I really started to AB them. I was like, holy shit, like they're not even close to each other. And then I was like, well, what's real? But you know, it's.
I mean, I used to mix
Ian's
stuff.
Doing an Ian.
on these like really, really old Philips, like 70s hi-fi headphones that had like a volume control on each ear cup kind of thing. My dad's old ones, yeah. And I mixed stuff on those that you know, Richard X, the guy who had like number one with Sugar Babes and stuff like that. He heard the tracks I'd mixed using these earphones. He was just like, it's like, how are you getting that depth? And it's like, I'm using $100,000 SSL desk and I can't get that depth. And I'm like, I don't know. All it was like, you know, a base station, a Korg X5 and a Boss SE50. That's all I had on the Commodore Amiga. And it's just like, and, you know, just recorded onto tape.
It was the Kef headphones all along.
But I think I just had better ears back then.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
We all had better ears back then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got some balls behind it.
Asio. Yeah. His dad used to have a set of those as well.
My dad's ones were big orange things.
Not the
out here.
Cos.
Yeah, probably Cos or Ross or something like that.
Ross, yeah, I had a pair
yeah,
of
Ross with the big. You put them on and it went. Through! And then listening to Elton John or something on the gramophone. Jesus.
So it's back when you had a big afro.
Yeah, yeah. Did a lot of drugs back then. What? I was only 9, but I was committed.
That's quite early to go to mental hospital.
It is. But there again, you have to start somewhere.
It's only 8:30 now.
That was rather dramatic.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it? Was the joke was that he goes? Was it? So what happens next is, Hans, the car pulls into the driveway. Yeah, got it. Print. Yeah. Oh, but he's a bad guy. Oh, hang on a second. There you go.
There you go. Easy.
Next.
I think each show you do, Kent, you should nominate someone to do like the soundtrack for the discussion. You know, like in old cinemas, you'd have someone tinkling away on the piano. Like.
That'd be pretty cool.
Right, I've got to go anyway.
I'll have to learn how to play the dun dun da.
Oh yeah, there's a really good podcast episode on that noise on the 20,000 Hertz podcast. If you've not heard it, it's brilliant.
Check that out.
There's an episode for everything, like from the McDonald's Sonic ident and the story of that, and just all Star Wars stuff, the sound effects from Star Wars. 20,000 Hertz, check it out. It's just brilliant. And if you're interested in sound or music at all, it's just really cool. But yeah, the dun 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 is in their whole episode on it. It's really cool. Right, anyway, with that, I better go. I'll love you and leave you.
Oh dear.
Nice to see you all. Take care of yourselves.
Cheers, Jim.
Cheers, take care.
See you, Jim.
Bye.
Dire Straits intro for Ian. Yeah, that's all right. As long as it's not Walk of Life.
There you go, have some of this.
Go on. What's his star?
Cheesy beyond belief.
Oh, as long as it isn't parmesan.
Yeah.
No baby cows were hurt during this session.
Nice little jam in F minor there, wasn't it? Yeah, good.
That was one of the tracks off the that demo pack.
All right.
That was my QX1 playing the TX816 and the RX11.
I thought you were playing that live.
Oh yeah, right.
Well, the hardware was.
That's all right.
Same
He turned it on, so he triggered it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
It's digital.
It counts. It
You
counts.
push the button. That's all you need to do.
Did I tell you, I've had actual Yamaha contact me to do them a copy of those discs.
No, really?
I'll be charging a lot. Did you speak to their archivist? Was that it?
They haven't got one.
I know.
It's bonkers.
That is stupid, isn't it?
No, it isn't, because if you
That
think of the
sounds that company.
Japanese, if you think of the Japanese, they believe in Kaizen, which is the gradual continuous improvement notion.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're all forward thinking. They're not thinking about the past. So the archive doesn't really hold any value to them, I suppose. They do have a spot where they store all the old synthesizers, one of.
Well,
but,
yeah, I need to go to Innovation Road.
Well, the only problem is when they take a wrong turn, they go, fuck it, carry on.
Is that where Nick did a video from?
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
he did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to go there, but then, Japan, jeez, it's not
I'd
cheap.
love to go to Japan.
I'm desperate to go. My daughter would love it as well, but it's just expensive.
It's very true.
One day. Maybe Yamaha will fly me out there.
Do you think so?
They should for all the placement, Rob, that you've given them. I think
It'll be Ryanair, though.
Yeah. Yeah, for what, 24 hours. 24 hours.
You'll land at Christchurch in New Zealand.
No, walk the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why there's Irish people out there, I don't know, but there you go.
Well, it's Ryanair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But you landed in Christchurch.
Yeah, but it'll be Irish people flying the plane.
Yeah, but be careful. Apparently, they write with pins, which are very sharp. You got a pin?
What's that? There's that video, isn't there, about the guy painting his dick?
That's it. That was an advert on TV.
Light distortion's almost in time.
Almost. Yeah, timing comes with practice. That's later. Much later.
Only 5.5 hours to go until we
Dan.
see the completion of Korg's madness.
I'm really looking forward to Korg's Stylophone SE.
We should
Platinum.
stay up. We should stay up, shouldn't we? And review it.
Oh, there you go. Ian.
A live review. Sorry?
Do you know what? Nothing makes you go to
sleep. Ian.
Yeah, nothing will make you go to sleep quicker than disappointment.
I know.
Where you go, oh, really?
It really is. It will be.
Who needs that?
It's very much that.
As long as it comes with a carry case.
Let's have a look, shall we? So let me have a look at the. Let me go into
See
the
if there's
dealer
any
portal.
leaks.
Let me go into the dealer portal, which I haven't been into
Go on then.
this week, and see if there's anything there that I think it might be.
Ooh.
So I put my guess in for the Cherry Audio as a Korg P3300s for release this month, 11th, is it?
It is. We got Dan and Mitchell coming on the show again.
You are. Well, before or after the?
After. 3 days after.
Yeah.
Yes. It's no. I can't tell you what it is, but it's good. It's good. It's actually a good little thing.
Is there a clue there?
No.
So not little.
Oh, probing questions.
Oh, he's fighting it. He's fighting.
You know what it is.
Mate, you know what my memory's like?
Oh, that's true.
I can't remember what it is.
Oh, dear.
You better remind me before the show as well.
Well, you'll know before the show because it'll come out before the show that they're on.
Oh, okay. I might forget again.
It's not what I thought it was.
Oh, okay. What did you think it was?
Well, I suppose I can say it. Well, I just saw the Indiana Jones references and thought, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Get it?
Very good.
Very good, yeah.
But were the references to the latest film?
Honestly, I don't know what the references were about because when I found out what it was, I'm like...
Because if the references are to the last film, then it'd be more likely a Maestro.
The new movie's a bit ropey, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, I've heard like the critics are slamming it, but the public is loving it.
Oh well.
It depends on what you're going to look.
I mean, I have to say, I've liked the end.
I've read a review that says this is the best since Last Crusade. Doesn't say it's better than. It says the best since, because the last one was, let's be honest, not that great.
Crystal Skull did lack in a few places, didn't it? Like story.
Apparently, the digitised younger Indy's a bit shonky.
Yeah, but they reckon that the first 20 minutes of the film is brilliant.
Oh, right.
Where he's young.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's not all digitised though. I think it's actually an actor wearing a hand solo mask. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, well, that'll do it.
A Harrison Ford mask.
Yeah.
Lost it.
The glove puppet.
Yeah. Indiana Jones lands in his Falcon. What the fuck? Yeah, so you got the whole war movie type thing going on for the first 20 minutes or so, which is very action-packed and very good. And then it's time for a quick kip.
Uphill from there.
Yeah, very. He's pushing a car uphill with a rope.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
It does give you the concept, though, of different synthesizer names they haven't used. I mean, we've had an Avatar, and obviously James Cameron exploited that in his two massive films.
Yeah.
After Art,
neither of which I've
used
ever
it successfully. Yeah, and I've seen the first one. It was interesting. On the big screen, it was certainly spectacular.
Yeah, the second one seems to be, look what we can do with a computer. Ooh.
I think you need a good concept and a good plot, and I think they're very slow to develop those ideas because most of the low-hanging fruit's been already plucked.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've never felt the urge to watch Avatar.
I've seen the first one. Thought it was
I won't watch
okay,
it out
but
principle.
It was okay. It was just okay. The water Avatar, I have absolutely no interest in spending, 3.5 hours?
Watching people get wet.
I'd rather watch paint dry.
I need to watch Avatar.
That's the opposite of getting wet, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, I might go and see it because we've got a little cinema here in town, which it's got two brand new little, like, I think that's like 50 or 60 seats in them, just a little thing. But it's full, Dolby and what have you, Atmos and all, that sort of thing. So I might go and see Indy next week one evening.
Or you could just set fire to £20 notes.
Yeah.
No, I've actually because see, this is the good thing. This cinema is cancel run, so it's pretty cheap as it is. But also, I've got a voucher. So my mum bought us a nice big voucher to use there for Christmas. So I might just use that.
Yeah, there's nothing on the portal, so I have no idea what's.
Is it not on the portal?
No leaks.
No leaks.
Interesting.
Just look through. Oh, well, what's that?
Is Tom at Synth Anatomy not let the cat out of the bag then?
He ought not to.
Well, somebody always makes a mistake somewhere down the line.
Well, we got a press release beginning of this week with an embargo that doesn't lift until the end of the month, and we're all like, that's not going to last.
No.
Especially because of what it is. Somebody will leak that fucker. I'll be very surprised if that doesn't get leaked.
It always happens. And people, they get the rules and everything like that, but they still get very confused.
I know what it is. It's the Korg headphones, isn't it?
The Korg headphones.
Have you never heard the Korg headphones? They're absolutely fantastic. Nuts. And 200 quid a piece. 200 quid
What,
a
each
set.
side?
Yeah. Yeah. You can have them.
I'm
in
saving
black
up
or
for the
white.
right ear.
They're quadraphonic headphones.
Yeah.
Saving up for the right ear. That's it.
Yeah. 200 black or white.
Well, it's not headphones.
No, I know it's not headphones. Because you can buy them now.
Yes.
Could be anything, couldn't it? It's called.
It could be.
Well, it is something. I know what it is.
I was kind of hoping it was the big thing that they were hinting at.
Oh no, it's not that.
I mean, it's not that, is it? That
not
would
that.
be
That would
quite
be, yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. It's not that, and it's not Modwave SE, which is, I was fully expecting that to get announced this week. In line with everything
Oasis
else, but-
Platinum, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Might even consider one of them if they've updated it.
No. Now you're going to look at it and go, seriously? That's some good weed they're smoking in Korg HQ.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Okay.
Oh, I do like that.
Well, after those last products that have come out, I mean, Korg must be as confused as a blind lesbian in a fish market.
I'm sure it's Korg UK are. You see, like you say, it's interesting that Korg UK are not at.
Yes, they're not at
Gear
Gearfest. They're not at Gearfest when they were last year.
And they were. That's
Telling.
saying something,
Isn't it?
you know.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Well, I think we're very spoiled, aren't we? We've had so much
Oh, good.
by way of recent super duper synths and even super duper small devices that the market is super saturated now for choice, and that being a manufacturer, it would be very, very hard to find a new product concept that actually had a huge amount of traction.
Well, we're even more spoiled than that because the amount of times, they go, oh, just announce this, and it does this, and it does this, and it does this, and it does this, and you go, fucking hell, this thing does tons of stuff, and it's only this much, and you go, because that never used to happen in the old days.
No,
The price, you kind of had an idea what the price was going to be like, and it was sort of like, yeah, but never be able to afford that. So now we can get so much for so little now. So it's a very, very difficult market to be in, I think.
Well, the other thing is that the ultimate market distortion is free stuff, and if some 15-year-old kid 45 years ago wanted to do something, he'd need to save up all his pennies just to buy a Roland EP10 or a basic synthesizer, and that took forever. Whereas now, a kid can get a copy of Audacity and throw some freeware plugins in it, and use soft synths that cost very little and actually manufacture something that is great, and so the whole market has been distorted by that. And there are some amazing freeware instruments and amazing freeware effects plugins that you could do a lot on your iPhone, so to speak, which changes the whole game plan, because unless you have good ideas now, you're not going to get anywhere. And most of these kids are using, 4-chord rondos and MIDI packs and so forth because they don't have any, fundamental understanding of composition. You can tell the original stuff now because it's got a diminished chord in it,
Cool, mega pops, yeah. Don't sign and I'd buy it.
I've got a Mini Pops and I've got a Mini Pops Junior. And I've got a little 1010 Music black box that's full of all the single hits from those devices that I've recorded meticulously.
Yeah.
And I still don't sound like Jean-Michel Jarre, so I can't get there. Yeah, so that's the problem I've got. Even with all the equipment, you still wind up being devoid of ideas that really have traction. And I think that's where the bottom line is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all well, well and good having the mini pops or even a Univox SR9095, which is pretty much the same machine
device.
In the box. But you know, if you haven't got a decent RMI knocking about, you're not going to get those really interesting sounds. Which are most presets, if I remember rightly.
But it's still the case that the device sounds unique, doesn't it? And those combination of sounds are unique. And that on a decent day, one Eminent 310 doesn't sound like a Selena or Eminent Selena or anything like that.
Yeah.
So there are variations on the theme. And the other thing I reckon that there was also he also did a lot of early work with tape machines. And I'd say that echoing Jim Glue's earlier remarks, that some of the stuff he recorded at 3 3/4 inch per second, then ramped it up to 15 and got a totally different character to some of the sounds and some of the sequences that they sound a lot crisper than the envelopes of the day would offer, other than by using tapes at different speeds.
There was a very unique twang to some of the sequence sounds.
Yeah.
That it really hard to to try and
emulate.
copy. Yeah, it can't. The mini synths just like no, I can't get the sound like that. Sorry, there's something going on there. And
but I think some of that was outboard effect too. I think there was there were a few preamps and a few compressors that weren't ever listed that were obviously employed, and some space echoes or whatever they had at that time. The Shinai chorus pedals and so forth are all part of that vocabulary, but the exact combination will never be known.
Yeah.
Even down to his Mellotron unit, which was broken. Of course, that has a different effect on. If you've got mangled tapes in a Mellotron, it does sound kind of unique.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we can still strive for it, even though we know that we're 40 years down the track and the secrets have long been closely guarded and lost.
Well, funnily enough, one of the best synthesizers I've ever used to recreate that, at least the first 2 album kind of sound is Zebra 2. Very, very good for that. What? It's Kit Kat, mate. You've got no chance. Sorry. If it was anything else, you'd be fine. Don't give me the puppy dog eyes. No. No, don't fall for the puppy dog eyes. Oh, go on then. Bloody hell. You are good at it, aren't you? Here you go. There. All right? Oh, God, your sister's here.
There goes the Kit Kat. All gone.
Yeah, it's
there
Kit
you
Kat.
go, right?
Should be buying Kit Kat. Nestle.
Ah. Yeah. I must admit, this is where my principles fall apart.
Chocolate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very fickle there, Kent.
Well, there, all gone. Yeah. Hey, you know what all gone means, don't you? Yeah, bye.
I can smell it's gone too. We just can't smell it, but I'm sure they can.
Oh, yeah.
Smell.
I think it's funny that when I say I need a coffee, they get up and jump off the bed and run downstairs in the mornings. Which means treat time, doesn't it? Eh? Get your little pig in blanket chews. Oh, pardon me.
We need to do some suspense music, I think.
Yeah, great.
I'll do this. keyboard.
Copyright strike.
Hey Rob, there's a massive discount on a Mini Cork 700 FS this month.
Go on.
I couldn't possibly say, but it's a big discount.
How big? Bigger than the PMT one?
It might put it in line with the PMT one. I'd have to work it out.
Yes, those discounts have come to pass in Australia, and I can confess to one.
I'm still not quite sure how premenstrual tension is a factor in this, but
that is the
Isn't
most.
I'll wait.
That's when you turn into Al Jolson, isn't it?
Did they not think of that when they called themselves Professional Music Technology and realised that that wouldn't fit above the door, and so they would use the acronym instead?
Yeah.
Did they not think of that?
Probably not.
Maybe they did. Maybe it's reverse psychology. Maybe it's like, yeah, we'll get everybody talking about us if we call ourselves PMT.
Yeah.
Or the ASMR Hydrosynth.
Yeah.
Or
Absolute metal.
Oh,
But in
dear.
some cases, those acronyms prevail and become part of the market identity, don't they? Like TBX, for example. You know, that's prevailed for 40 years.
Yeah.
It's true.
Or Dobley.
Doubly, yeah, that's the thing.
Does it have Dobley?
How much was the PMT thing? No,
13.99.
13.99.
A month.
I don't know where I'd put it though.
Yeah, don't say that.
I
I
can
know
say
it's
that.
not. I know it's not that. Yeah.
I've got a rough idea.
You pay for it. I'll store it for you. How's that?
said the
Let's do it the other way round.
to the bishop.
I pay for it. And you store
And
it.
I'll store it. Yeah, yeah.
No. I've got one, mate.
I've already got
Access
that
to the-
service.
Tell you what I'll do.
I could be your southeastern warehouse, all right, for Sinners Music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I move to, well, I'm moving to the south. So do I need the southeastern? I need
you're
the
going
northern
southwest.
warehouse.
You
Oh,
go to the
southwest,
southwest.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
Actually, we're not technically southeast. We are east. Just
Yeah,
east. We stick out more than the rest of them.
Oh, no wonder.
Did you see my picture that I got?
Your poster.
Still big.
Got a load of that.
That's very nice.
Oh,
That is
wow.
very nice.
Ooh.
It's all properly mounted and everything. It's this.
You won't misuse.
Like any good DX should be.
Yeah.
Yes.
My good friend had that made for me. Gave me
Excellent.
We'd like a picture of you on your DX1, preferably mounted.
Yeah.
Very nice. The QX. Beautiful.
His is in much nicer condition than my one, and it's a UK voltage as well.
That's very nice indeed.
Well, but I tell you what, it's got that mine hasn't.
A retainer.
Yeah. Do you know what? Trying to find one that's got that little notch.
The top, yeah.
Near impossible. So I'm going to use this as a template and make my own.
Is it made from polypropylene sheet? Is it?
No, it's just card.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's got little ribbons.
It's authentic though. It's got the little notch in it. Yeah.
Well, this is the actual the one that came with the QX1 as standard.
It's like all those pull-out Yamaha membranes underneath the TX802 that are invariably chewed to billio.
Yeah. The 816s. My 816 was actually not in bad condition, but my 802 is a little bit split. My 81Z is not too bad. But yeah, they're just terrible.
Yeah, I could match their price for you, Rob, if you wanted one.
How much are those mini discs again?
Yeah, get it sold.
Yeah.
Nah, those wouldn't get me close, would they?
No.
Hell. Do you know, honestly, there's nothing here that I could sell. Not one individual item that I could sell. Would want to sell.
That's more likely you would want to sell, yeah. They must have loads of them.
Yeah, obviously.
There is a surplus in retail in Australia of them at the moment too. I think that their price point was way too high to justify a mono synth, really.
It was, yeah.
And it was a simple equation that people say, well, I can go and buy an Odyssey or something else for the same price, or they go and buy a cheaper emulation of something and use it as a mono synth. And they've really been a...
Sorry, I was going to say, surely the Hydrosynth would be at that price, wouldn't it?
Yeah, close at retail, at the highest core price, it is.
It's interesting, nobody else has dropped their price. Oh, actually, Juno are doing it at $13.99 now. So the rest of them... Andertons are still... I saw Andertons, I just lost them again. GAC at 1,500. Music Matters is 1,500. They're probably most expensive. So, they'll be buying them in. If dealers that can afford to buy them in, they'll be buying them in at that price for this month because it'll end come end of the month.
I see Juno have got a couple of third waves in stock.
Are they?
Yeah, when Third Wave came out, they said the price was going to be $3,700 and something US. Juno, who are normally very good on price, and I don't for a moment think that they're not doing the very best possible price. $4,795. Wow. It's a great synthesizer though. Paula Maddox brought hers to synthesize last week. It sounds incredible. Really, really does.
It's a lot of pennies, though, isn't it?
It is. It's a lot of money. But it's very nice.
It makes you wonder where we're going to be in 2 years' time in terms of what legacy products are going to be brought back into existence and what newer upper-end product is going to be around, because the depth on these upper end synths, I reckon I could take 5 years at my slow learning rate to get around the ASM Hydrosynth. But also, if you add to that a Mod X8 and a Nautilus, I could be busy for decades just exploring the depth of those alone. That really, there's so much scope in these things now. It also depletes the buying opportunities in the future.
I need to spend more time with my Hydrosynth. I really do. Because I've only just touched the surface of it, really.
Yes. Well,
mine hasn't been a high priority because I've been doing other sort of more analogy things that I know I'm going to have to spend some time learning to program the Hydrosynth to get the type of sounds I want. And the other thing is, if you want to play fast on a Hydrosynth, 90% of the patches are swathed in reverb, and it just winds up being a complete echo chamber mess. So I need to put that to one side and just focus on the analog stuff. So I've been doing string sounds this week and monophonic synths and bass, and trying to get those into line with some of the Jean-Michel Jarre sounds. Once I get to the sequences, then I'll be using the digital stuff more frequently. But for the moment, I've just been in analog land and doing stuff without too much reverb, just the occasional slap echo. But yeah, I mean, where will we be in 2 years' time? What will they bring back? You know, there's not a lot to bring back now. A lot of the legacy stuff that was desirable has already been reinvented, and obviously the Mini Korg wasn't among the stuff that was going to attract a huge premium price, because they're dropping the price now. I can't think of many boutiques that they're going to bring back from the Roland angle. I can't think of many Korg. I can think of only 2 Korg products that haven't been brought back to date. But maybe, but they should be brought back in software form, I think. Yamaha have got a full host of stuff out there that's both legacy and new.
Yamaha have got nothing really apart. They've got 4 keyboards: Montage, Modi X, YC, and CK. As far as professional stuff is concerned, if you're looking at the Tyros or anything like that.
I know, but the Mod X is going to take me 3 years to digest and fully appreciate in terms of programming. It's just so vast.
It doesn't do anything for me. It really doesn't. I was disappointed, really disappointed. I don't know whether I was expecting too much. I think maybe if I got my hands on a Montage to see the full extent of what it can do. I know that the engines are now the same between the two of them, but build quality and the fact that the Montage has got aftertouch, which the Modi X hasn't. But the engine itself is pretty, it's the age, well, it's the age old. It's what Yamaha have been doing for the past 30, 40 years, is combining FM with samples.
Yeah, and it's AWM2, which has been around for a while.
For a long while. I mean, it's really good. Don't get me wrong, it's really good. But I
didn't get any of that meat and potatoes type feel from the Mod X8. I just felt like the patches were clean and crystalline, but they were lacking some sort of warmth or visceral hit that I sort of expected from it. So it's been set to one side at the moment. And
for me, the Modi X is just it's a gigging keyboard. It's not for people like myself or many others. If you're going out gigging every week and you want as many sounds at your fingertips in one box as you, it's perfect. And I'm sure there are lots of people using it in very unique ways, because that whole super knob thing can do some really cool stuff. But for me, it's just not enough. I don't know. I set it up. I plugged it in. I sat down with it. I thought, yeah, this is all right. It's doing some good there. That's interesting, and especially if you put your expression pedal onto the super knob functionality, so you can then keep both your hands on the keyboard and still do all of that. And the motion sequencing is quite nice, and the FM sound very FM-y, and the samples sound very samples, and put them together and you get some really spectacular, because you can stack 8 sounds together, and but it just failed so far. It's failed to light my fire.
It does beg the question: is it that we're expecting some degree of novelty with these things, and the manufacturers simply delivering the reliable tech that they've had in previous models, but just in a different guise?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what they're doing.
Nothing that sort of lifts your adrenal glands off the floor.
because it's not even a workstation. If it had full workstation capabilities, then I could say, okay, well, it's a powerful workstation. But then, look, you hold that up against, you take, how much is the Modi X6? That's $999, I think, UK.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7 is 1299, and the 8 probably about 1599. So even you take the Modi X8 Plus, you get change from WaveState SE money or Op6 SE money, and put it up against the Op6 because it's an FM synth. You'd spend far less on the Modi X and get so much more, apart from aftertouch.
Well, aftertouch is a two-edged sword because you need the patches to morph between each other with the aftertouch, and secondly, you need ability to play it nicely and play it with that intent. I mean, so it requires a degree of skill.
FM can be such an expressive engine that's why all of these things have got aftertouch, because it really does. It takes a standard FM patch and makes it. FM lends itself to expression, and aftertouch is a really useful form of expression for a keyboard player. So I'm still flummoxed as to why they didn't put it in the Modi X. It can't be a cost-saving exercise, surely. I mean, I know the key mechanism in the Modi X 6 and 7 is awful. It's very.
And in the 8, it's the same as the P35 electric piano, so digital piano. So it's a weighted but not terribly.
Not very. It's
advanced.
Yeah.
It's reliable. I've used the P35 digital pianos as master controllers for other synths, and that's fun. So it does that. It's not an unreliable keyboard. It's a good keyboard, and one I've used on gigs and one I've used in other contexts. But I think there's lack of magic about it. I don't know what it is, or maybe just the disco lights are off-putting. But and
the fact that every time you touch the Modi X, you think, God, this is plastic. It's so plastic. Everything's plastic.
Yeah.
It does feel a bit plastic.
I mean, look, great. When they sent me this one, they sent me the gig bag with it as well, which has got shoulder straps that you can actually put
and
on
wheels.
Your back.
And wheels.
Yeah, and it's just like, this is great. I actually put it on my back, and it didn't feel like I got a 76-note keyboard on my back. And that's why I think the target market for these things is stage, performance. Somebody can go out all in one and have everything they want in there. But it's I don't know.
It's a wedding reception device, you reckon? Who knows?
It's gigging bands.
Yeah. Cover band stuff. Yeah.
And if you're a wedding band, you probably use a Modi X. If you're slightly better than a wedding band and getting more per night, then you'll probably use a Montage. Either way, you're going to get great sounds. The user interface is quite good. The touchscreen's quite a nice way of interacting with it. But I don't know. Maybe when Manny comes over and he shows me what he does with it, because he loves the Montage. But maybe he can show me what I'm missing. I don't know. I really don't. It's just that I remember buying my son his first keyboard, which was a Yamaha. It was one of their, Porter sound, but they don't call them Porter sounds anymore. It was something else, F35 or something. I don't know. And it was a 61-note thing with some small built-in speakers and an AWM sound engine. So the sounds are way better than what we used to have when I was a lad. And I just remember, I think I paid like $89.99 for it, middle of little, and for what it was, for $89.99, and it was plastic casing. It was like ABS plastic, and the keyboard, and it was identical to what you see on the Modi X. And I'm thinking, well, you're charging 1,300 quid for that. or £1,000 at least. And then you bring in the 8 operator FM engine that's essentially the same as what you've got in the FS1R, but you don't bring
they're very close.
But you don't bring over the bit of the FS1R that made it incredible, which was the formant shaping. Missed opportunity, but there you go.
Well, when you think about a formant shaper, it really is, and I'm thinking way back, the P1000 had the Traveller on it, which was a high pass and low pass filter that were basically able to do formant shaping, or you can use a parametric EQ in the same context. And then you look at the other synths that had high pass and low pass filters on them. We can all think of monos that have that, as well as some of the later workstation stuff. I just found the sounds on the Yamaha, or what Yamaha do well. They were pristine, they were clear, they were they're good variety, but there's nothing that grabbed my adrenal glands and shook me around the same way as the CS80 does, or the Jupiter 8, or the Worker-likes that I managed to afford of those. I think we all have, or the Oberheim OBX8, which was just a joy the minute you plug it in.
He's been sat there for ages, and I've been wondering when's he going to buzz himself back in.
What? Do you know what? I thought Apple Macs asked for permission before putting an update on, and you have to put type your thingy. Well, this bastard just didn't.
Actually, you have to
set auto updates. Yeah,
you got auto updates set on there.
Have I? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
you go into settings and just take it off.
Oh God.
Okay, gentlemen, with the return of Kent, I'm going to disappear.
Yeah, I think I might be.
My phone battery is on the way out, and Dave's worked.
Yeah, I can't do a late one tonight.
Tomorrow, so I'm not staying up till 5 o'clock for the calls announcements. So.
No, I'll set the alarm.
Me, you don't want to. You don't need to.
No. Okay then. Good night.
Yeah, good to see you, Keith.
See you, Keith.
I will get this. I will get this one day. Do you know when it's just like this hand's going, I'm doing this. Sorry, didn't hear you. I'm doing this. What? Call your mother a pearl. No. Oh. Sometimes blood spitting. No, I can't blame the Mac for this one. No, this is all in the chair. Solely in the chair. What annoys me, I'm sure at some point in my lifetime I used to be able to play it. I'm sure.
What piece are we talking about? I don't know it.
I know what it's called.
All right, Les.
What's that one?
It's The Apprentice.
Something like that, isn't it?
We can.
How did it go into tune? Even when I try to play it wrong, it comes out right. But if I try to play it right, it comes out wrong. What's that all about? Really? Good God,
But
sir.
you have successfully avoided a copyright strike. So think of it in those terms.
That's true. That's true. But there again, if I've been playing Hans Zimmer for like 4 months, I got away with it. So I don't think anybody's watching. Even the algorithms have gone. Oh, do you know what? I'm not looking either. Can't be asked with it. You know, I've got better things to do. I've got porn videos to copyright strike.
Yes, the copyright strike show. We could actually have a copyright strike channel.
Yeah. All we need to do is try to strive to get one.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would be a challenge.
Yeah, precision.
Yeah.
The first sign of that, out they go.
I mean, I understand that already straight away there's a certain level of talent is going to be required here, and so I might have to sit this one out.
Years ago, during the breaks on the bandstand, someone would break into the Third Man theme or something similar, just to completely railroad the performance. So.
Oh, it's cool, nice interlude, mate. Interlude.
Yeah, interlude. Yes, a bit of a fancy situation. Well, I have to go and start my day, gentlemen, so I'm going to love you and leave you rather than just simply.
It's good to see you, Steve.
Good to see you all, and have a wonderful week. And Kent, check your Facebook Messenger chats, and I'm older and wiser.
All right, Dylan. Will do.
Take care.
All right, mate. You look after yourself. All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Ciao for now. Bye.
Ta-da, babe. Close.
But no cigar.
That's it. And now you break into song.
Can't get up there.
There you go. There you go. Go
Can't
for
get
it,
up
boy.
there. I'm a baritone. I can't get up there.
Try grabbing your scrotum rather roughly. It might help.
Oh, yeah,
there you
you're
go.
right.
Yay! Told you. The old tricks are the best, mate.
Yeah.
Castrato.
I've learnt something there.
Yes, Wagyu, 32.
4 points.
Probably that, isn't it? I'm sure I'd actually program that in once. I'm sure I did somewhere.
Is it? Is that it? Yeah, that's the sound though, isn't it?
That is
The
what you use.
sound, yeah.
I programmed that somewhere.
Sounds good.
I used Poly 6 for the bass. I'm not sure what they use on the. Have you ever listened to the 12-inch of that?
9.
It's 9 minutes long, and it starts off with just Jimmy and some chords, and it's not like they've taken his vocal from the actual song and then just he's actually re-sung it. They've re-recorded a whole song. It's 9 minutes. And it's just fucking awesome because it's such a simple construction.
I must admit, when the original 12-inch became a thing, there was a lot of songs that just really didn't work across 12 minutes, wasn't there? And they go, "Oh, you got to release a 12-inch of it."
There were artists
Texas
that
did an album of 12-inch songs,
Yeah.
and it was terrible. Just didn't work with them.
I remember buying Come On Eileen. And I went out and bought the 12-inch version and felt horribly robbed because it was the same song as the 7-inch version. It just had one extra track on it. And I loved the 12-inch because not only did you get an enhanced bass response on that because of the grooves, but the fact that you could deconstruct. Like if you listen to the 12-inch of What Is Love by Howard Jones, essentially,
it's great.
They've taken the 3-minute single and doubled it, but in the second half they mostly take Howard's vocals out, and then you can hear all the instrumentation.
Yeah.
And for me, that was the best bit because so that's how they do that, and that's how they've got this.
Yeah, I loved them when they did deconstructs like that.
Yeah.
Or build it up track by track so you could actually hear each part and you go, oh, there's an F in that. Oh, fuck, that's why it never sounds right.
And it's also one of the best ones that's done on is Grace Jones' "Slave to the Rhythm," the Blooded mix.
Yeah.
Again, it's 2 halves. It's the song, and then the song again, but with very little vocals. Certainly no lead vocals, just some of the vocal stabs, and you can hear the complete production without. I mean, obviously Grace's vocals are fantastic, but to hear the instrumentation and the arrangements, it's brilliant. Yeah. Oh, I missed. That's why when bands put out 12-inches like Depeche Mode, particularly in the sort of second half of their career, their 12-inches were really. They basically gave the stems to whoever was a trendy remixer at the time. Yeah. And they did these complete reinterpretations and it wasn't even. It just didn't sound like the original song, which I guess in some ways that might be interesting. Yeah. But I want big extended remixes with long breakdowns. One of the best ones is by Pet Shop Boys, "I Want to Wake Up," and they do it in reverse. So they start off with just Neil's vocal, and then they bring each element in until about halfway, and then you've got everything. So instead of breaking things down, they actually break it up. It's really, really good. That's a great mix, that is.
Right, I am going to bed, gentlemen.
Yes,
I have just released Andy and Grace's album. So go buy it now, everybody.
No,
I'm seeing Grace in.
She's in
2 weeks.
Oh yeah, she's in Amsterdam or somewhere at the moment, is she?
Yeah,
Holland.
I'm seeing her at Latitude.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, as her guest, which is very nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, brilliant. So we get guest parking, guest toilets.
That's really cool.
None of that rubbishy stuff.
Yeah, oh, that'd be good actually.
And the last time I went to Latitude,
why do I remember that?
I was guest listed for Scritti Politti, and that was the very, very first Latitude. And first, yeah, That was the first time I actually saw Scritti live. And
saw
he was
him-
playing the main tent. Oh, Snow Patrol. Snow Patrol were headlining.
I saw him supporting. It was not. It probably was. Well, 7 or 8 years ago, probably. Saint Etienne.
Mm-hmm.
So Scritti Politti was support, and it was just in Fibbers in York, so it's not a big venue. I mean, Scritti were absolutely brilliant, and I wasn't a fan of Saint Etienne. They were all right, but the wrong band was supporting. They should have been headlining.
Yeah.
It was
What's really made Scritti work is, I mean, obviously Green and that voice, and his guitar is great.
Yeah.
But it's Rodri on the keyboards who has gone through the masters and pulled out everything and recreated everything so that they can do, because obviously it's a massively complex production, a lot of their stuff. So apart from anything that's sort of like white bread black beer, which is quite the opposite, it was sort of minimalist, but all the stuff that he's done, all the Would Be's and Absolute and that, and he's just programmed it all. And yes, a lot of it's on a MacBook, but Rodri does play. He actually has like 3 or 4 splits across his keyboard, so he's doing different things at different times. But yeah, he's really made that. He's really made that.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow at PSN.
You will indeed.
It is, isn't it, tomorrow?
And we'll have a laugh about Korg.
Well, we will. Trust me, we will have a laugh. I was a little bit worried actually because before this morning there was like just 1 or 2. It's been a very quiet week, and then this afternoon there was this Korg thing, and I thought, there we go. That's what we were waiting for. Yeah. That's the evening's entertainment sorted. So that will be fun.
All right, mateys.
See you later.
Tomorrow.
Take
Sleep
care.
well. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Maybe we have a good one.
Yep.
Right.
See you later, mate.
See you, Ron.
Bye.